Chapter 518. Of course, Jingwan and the Luo family were not the only ones who paid attention to the three brothers of the Luo family. The three of them were already married and even became fathers. The Yu family would definitely pay special attention to them. Oh, except for the people of Ding General Manor. Although old Madam Sun resolutely solved most of the problems, would the rest of the people be quiet? Naive. Sun Ijia's two brothers were fighting fiercely, and it was unusually white-hot. On the surface, it was more lively than the fight for the throne between the princes. How could they have the time to care about whether Luo Jingbua had the imperial examination or not? The big things outside were trivial in their eyes. To some extent, Prince Kang's matter was second. The Empress was ill and could not care about it. Prince Kang's words were not very effective. It was good to obey in public, but bad to the face. But later on, he would not take it seriously and continue to put the matter between them first. Prince Kang's power was originally led by Ding General Manor. The two brothers did not know what was important. How could others rest assured to put their future on Ding General Manor? Therefore, some people were moved and considered whether to choose another good tree. Some people had greater ambitions and wanted to replace Ding General Manor. The merit of ascending to the throne had to be divided into primary and secondary. The final benefits were also different. As the saying went, the cake was so big. Who would want to swallow the biggest piece? The people of Ding General Manor had not discovered these changes for the time being. Prince Kong was probably angry because his cousins did not take him seriously. Someone wanted to replace Ding General Manor's position, but he pretended not to know. He even pushed the boat with the current. Obviously, he was ready to give some people in Ding General Manor a cold shoulder and let them know how powerful he was. He did not want them to think too highly of themselves and even forget who their master was. Therefore, recently, Prince Kong and Qin Tianming had a close relationship in private. Qin Tianming was a military general, but he was also very smooth and cunning. Prince Kong did not doubt his loyalty at all. Carefully calculating, Prince Kong and Ding General Manor had a grudge. He thought he was a loyal general, but in reality, the master he was loyal to was Prince Jin. Prince Rui had been hit repeatedly. Su Mingzhong had turned against his master and became a deadly time bomb. His wife's separation from him meant that there might be problems between him and the Yu family. As for the Shun family, where the right governor was, Shun Shihan was actually a general without an army, because the rest of the Shun family had been eliminated by Li Hongyuan. The Gong Prince and his father-in-law had a falling out. Half of the building, well, half of it was a dangerous building. As for the rest, even if they had already been bestowed the title of prince, they were all nothing to be afraid of, let alone those who had not yet been bestowed the title of prince. In other words, the current Qiyuan was still fiercely fighting, but in fact, Prince Jin's family was already the dominant force. If he tried to usurp the throne at this time, the chances of success were not too high. However, Li Hongyuan obviously did not have this plan for the time being. After all, success was success, but in the end, the chaos would also be very big. There would be too much trouble, and he would have less time to accompany his wife. It was completely not worth it. Therefore, the power of those brothers would continue to nibble away. Not to mention these things, if one thought about it carefully, the Luo family actually had nothing to do with Duke Ding's foo. After all, Sun Yijia and Sun Yilin had already been adopted, and the genealogy had already been changed. Not to mention that Sun Yijia did not even want to pay attention to those people. Even if Duke Ding's foo wanted to reach out to the Luo family and show concern for Luo Jingbua, they were essentially unqualified. There were also Luo Peishan's colleagues, subordinates, and old friends who had already secretly prepared congratulatory gifts. Their views were the same. If Luo Peishan was not confident, he probably would not have let his grandchildren take part in the competition. Who knew how many people were envious of Luo Peishan? How could he, Luo Peishan, be so good at giving birth and raising children? The Luo family was obviously in a good position now, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that it was like the sun at noon. It was a pity that the three of them were already married. It was not that marriage was difficult, so why did they get married so early? The oldest, Luo Jingda, was only 23 years old. He had not even passed the Genshur exam. So why did he get married? Sure enough, the other families were treacherous. They had taken in people early. However, the fourth young master and fifth young master of the Luo family had also grown up. One was 17 years old, and the other was 16 years old. They were both from the first branch, especially the fifth young master, who was the son of the first wife. Although he was not even a scholar yet, people did not think that he was uneducated. It was just that he had not gone back to take the exam. In the past 2 years, these two brothers had gradually become well known in the capital. Their momentum was similar to that of the three older brothers. For men, 16 or 17 years old was actually a little early to talk about marriage. However, Luo Jingbo had gotten married at 17 years old. If they waited any longer, he would be snatched away by other families. Therefore, the Luo family had become lively again recently. For the Luo family, this was not the first time, so they were able to deal with it easily. Moreover, looking at the situation, the Luo family would become even more lively after the examination. In fact, there were many people who had their eyes on Jiang Wanli. In addition to the fact that he was favored, it was also because he was related to the Luo family. After all, he was the youngest disciple of Luo Peishan. Luo Peishan had never married and had no children. Obviously, he must be a descendant of Luo Peishan to take care of him for the rest of his life. Therefore, he was a member of the Luo family. His youngest disciple was like Luo Peishan's youngest son. Moreover, Jiang Wanli's family had a history of hundreds of years. Perhaps there were no people who stood at the top of the imperial court, but there were many who were scattered all over the Qi Yuan. However, Luo Peishan had another residence in the capital. He had long escaped with his youngest disciple. Other than his own family members, no one knew where they were. They could not catch them even if they wanted to, so they could only sigh and stomp their feet. After all, other than his parents and grandparents, only Luo Peishan could make the decision for Jiang Wanli's marriage. However, Luo Peishan's temperament was a little strange. It made sense. He did not marry, did not have children, and ran around the country. How could such a person be like a normal person? Even if such a person came to find him, he would probably be simply and crudely driven out. However, the Luo family's liveliness was not limited to this. After all, the Luo family's current momentum was obvious to all. How could they allow him to continue to be neutral? Although they could not have it, others could not have it either. It was quite fair to think about it. However, it was really uncomfortable to not have such a resource in their hands. They still wanted to do something. However, if they thought about it carefully, they would realize that every time they wanted to pull Luo Peishan into their camp, there would always be various situations that would cause their plans to fail in the end. Obviously, they had not reacted to it yet. If there were too many accidents, then it would not be an accident anymore. Under such an atmosphere, they would try to start. Qi Yuan's metropolitan examination was shorter than the provincial examination. It was only a total of 3 days. It would still be very tiring. However, the current season was good and the weather was good. Moreover, they had experienced 3 rounds of purgatory. In comparison, it should not be a problem. Therefore, in the metropolitan examination, there were relatively few people who quit midway. Of course, it was not that there were no exceptions. After all, the metropolitan examination was 1 level higher, and the psychological pressure was greater. Anyway, there were people who quit every year for various reasons. After going through purgatory, no matter how good one's body was, one would more or less collapse when one came out. Regardless of whether one was happy or depressed, regardless of whether one was prepared to fight again next year or was disheartened, at this time, it was more appropriate to have a good sleep. It was better to think about other things after sleeping in the dark. All the exam papers had been sealed, and there was a professional transcribing them. The transcribed exam papers would be reviewed. After a unified ranking, it would be compared with the original exam papers. This step mainly depended on each candidate's handwriting. According to the quality of the handwriting, the rankings would be adjusted appropriately. There would not be a big fluctuation. Of course, if one's handwriting was not good, they might be eliminated directly. However, such a situation was not likely to happen. After all, if one's handwriting was not good, they would have been eliminated before. How could they reach this step? The possibility of a mistake being transcribed was not high. After all, once a mistake was made, the person who transcribed it would be severely punished after being discovered. By the time the rankings were released, all the candidates would be full of vigor and vitality. Although Jingwan was not nervous, she was more concerned about the final result. She also wanted to see the final ranking of her three brothers. Although the Huiyuan exam would be forgotten after a period of attention, it was fine as long as they passed the exam. To some extent, the ranking was meaningless. Even if they were the top scorer, they might not be able to have a meteoric rise. Even if they were the same as the Jinshi, they might not be unable to have a brilliant career. However, probably influenced by the exam-oriented education in her previous life, after every exam, who would not care about the ranking? Although the results, this time, might be forgotten before the next exam. With Jingwan's identity, there was no need for her to see in person. Moreover, because of her husband, as long as she wanted to know the ranking in advance, it was just a matter of a word. However, Jingwan did not do such a thing. When Jingwan was leisurely eating melon seeds, Eunuch Mu came to report the good news to her. As a senior lackey, he naturally came to ask for the reward in person, although it was not him who went out to see the rankings. His face was obviously young, but wrinkled because of Eunuch Mu's smile. He kept saying good things as if they were free. Eunuch Mu simply said that the three brothers of the Luo family were rare and unparalleled in the world. Jingwan slowly peeled a melon seed and put it into her mouth. It was more interesting to eat the melon seeds by herself. She chewed for a while and said, "Muin, that's enough. Get to the point." Eunuch Mu looked serious and quickly reported the ranking of the three brothers of the Luo family. They were very good. They were actually in the top 30. Before Jingwan got married, her grandfather had commented on the knowledge of the three brothers. There was not much difference between the three brothers. According to her grandfather, they would definitely pass the exam this time. But according to the situation at that time, they would probably rank in the top 100. If they were not lucky, they might become Jinshi in the palace exam. Looking at the actual ranking now, either they had worked hard in the past 2 years, or the overall level of the exam this time was low. Jingwan naturally preferred the former. With such an awesome person like Jiang Wanli, she naturally could not let others drag her down. Tell them that if I'm happy, everyone in the mansion will be rewarded with 3 months' salary. Those who are ordered by you to run errands will be rewarded with 3 more months' salary. Remember, take it from your share. Jingwan said in a small voice. Eunuch Mu immediately put on a bitter face. Yes, Your Highness. Then, he went to carry out his task listlessly. Jingwan laughed. Although Mu was a lackey, in Jingwan's opinion, most of the time, the lackeys were just there to amuse him. She knew that as the only chamberlain of the living king of hell, he would have an exaggerated personality. How should she put it? Amusing? Well, Jingwan definitely did not mean to be derogatory. It was said that servants followed their masters. Instead of saying that Muin's real personality was like this, Jingwan felt that he was more like a eunuch who was in power in a certain dynasty in her previous life. He could be a kitten or a puppy in front of his master, but he was ruthless, decisive, and used power as he pleased. Of course, Muin was definitely not at that level. After all, in Qi Yuan, eunuchs were purely servants. At most, they could help their masters with some affairs. If they dared to meddle with power, they would not even know how they died. Jingwan was referring to Muin's personality and ability, although she had not seen him being serious. If he was really like this, it was impossible for him to stay by a certain someone's side. The court examination would be held the next day. Li Honyuan had attended the last court examination, but this time, he had no intention of going. Anyway, the court examination's format was the same. It was just that the examinees were different every year. It might be interesting if it was held once or twice, but it would be completely boring if it was held too many times. In fact, Jingwan was quite curious. However, she knew that it was not an occasion for her to attend, so she decided not to. She would definitely have a chance in the future. Although she could not attend the court examination, Jingwan was still interested in the parade of the 3 grand scholars. Although she had experienced it 3 years ago, her status was different. It seemed that her state of mind had changed. The final rankings were sent to Jingwan first. Unsurprisingly, Jiang Wanli was the top scorer. Jingwan had no impression of the second and third place. After all, she knew that there were all kinds of guesses outside. She had paid attention to them as well. Obviously, these two people were not the popular candidates. Was there a dark horse? Soon, Jingwan received the detailed information of these two people. This was the biggest benefit of having a group of capable subordinates. After looking at the information, Jingwan could only sigh. Third place aside, other than knowledge, one's appearance was also important. Therefore, it was not strange for someone to be in his 20s. However, the second place was actually close to 50 years old. He had been taking the examinations since he was a teenager. Logically speaking, people like him should be classified as slow in the eyes of scholars. Even if he made it, his ranking would not be too good. However, this time, there was actually an old second place. Was this a late bloomer, or was this the result of a sudden breakthrough? https:///11/11/13807/136/83727. Mobile version website. Chapter 519. Jingwan did not understand the mindset of such a person. Did he think that this was the only way out, or did he have some kind of obsession? In reality, Jingwan felt that such a person was quite scary. Furthermore, it was fine if his family was wealthy. However, if his family was average, then the person who should be the backbone of the family was completely immersed in the pile of books and did not work. He placed all the burden on himself. Although it was true that passing the exam would bring a lot of convenience to the family, what if he could not pass the exam? However, to be able to persist for so long, it should not be too bad. However, there was one thing that was certain. This family would not be very harmonious. Yuan, do you remember him? Was he the second place in the imperial examinations in your previous life? It was the same person. I remember him a little. Li Hanyuan lazily held his chin with one hand and leaned back. He was just an old man who was pedantic from studying. For the sake of fame and fortune, he only knew how to study. His body had long ago collapsed. He was able to hold on until the end of the court examinations and even had an outburst. He was like a dying man on the verge of death. After he became the second place, he was overjoyed and fell off the horse when he was parading the streets and died. In my opinion, luck played a large part in his being able to become the second place. It is highly likely that he happened to run into the same questions that he had previously passed. Furthermore, he had put in a lot of effort into it, including the imperial examinations. Jingwan was speechless. What was this? It was not easy for his luck to explode, but in the end, he had used up all his luck. She wondered how his family would feel when they heard the news. Clearly, the opportunity to soar was right in front of him. However, he lacked that blessing. Both he and his family were the same. This was a black horse turning into a sick horse. It was turning into a dead horse. Let's go out in a while and call Gongjio. It's up to you. However, I'm afraid that this person is already at the end of his life. Moreover, the parade route is so long. Who knows where the accident happened? Even if we manage to save him, there's no future to speak of. Naturally, don't think of bringing it forward. Such a person will think of it for his entire life. Even if he knows that he is not good, he will not give up. I know. It's just that I've done my best and left the rest to fate. Jingwan smiled. She just happened to know that her compassion might not be as strong as before. However, it was impossible for her to change her personality and become indifferent to human life. If it was someone from her enemy's side, she would definitely ignore them. Jingwan and Li Hanyuan went out at about the same time. The living king of hell wanted to give a place to rest. Regardless of whether the location was good or not, as long as the people below flashed the waste token of Jinxin Wang Fu, those who were tactful would have to give it up. They would also feel honored and would not have half a word of complaint. In the restaurant with the best location, in the private room with the best view, there were several young ladies of extraordinary birth, and there were also flower escorts at the side. At this very moment, they were all respectfully standing at the door. Greetings to Jin Wangya, Wang Fei. Li Hanyuan walked in with a cold face and looked straight ahead. Jingwan followed Li Hanyuan and sat down. She smiled and said, "You're all excused. Speaking of which, it's us husband and wife who snatched your place. I see that this place is quite spacious. If you want to stay, you can." There were nearly 10 men and women, and the servants accompanying them were not even here. They were already prepared to leave, but they didn't expect that Jin Xin Wang Fei would have such an easygoing attitude. Moreover, what snatched? If the living king of hell wanted it, wouldn't other people offer it with both hands? Wang Fei Nyang Yang is too serious. The fact is so, you don't need to be so reserved. Mama, let the shopkeeper have people rearrange it. Jingwan also saw that these people actually didn't want to leave, especially the few young ladies. From the time they came in, they were obviously unwilling. Then when she allowed them to stay, their eyes lit up. Things were indeed as Jingwan thought. After all, they came with a purpose. It should be known that their identity was not that of the most distinguished group of people. To be able to book this place, it was not easy. Even if they offended people, it was normal for them to be unwilling. At this moment, they were using their eyes to communicate with each other, especially when they looked at one of the young ladies. Her desire to stay seemed particularly strong. The one she was begging with pitiful eyes was probably her elder brother. In the end, the few big men were at their wits' end. Although the psychological pressure of being in the same room with the living king of hell was unusually large, they couldn't bear to refuse their own sisters. Moreover, the place had been rearranged. Jin Wang Fei was pulled away by Jin Xin Wang Fei. The table was moved to the side, another table was moved in, and more chairs were added. To leave like this, it seemed that they didn't know what was good for them. "Then, we'll have to trouble Wang Ye, Wang Fei." Jingwan casually waved. "Do as you please." She turned her head to appease a certain someone who was obviously unhappy because of this group of people. The imperial family had always had privileges. It was just letting others give up their place, that's all. It was just that Jingwan felt that there was no need to be so overbearing. Besides, it was she who suddenly wanted to come. She didn't book a place before, so she felt somewhat apologetic. Of course, if her husband had a more distinguished identity, she wouldn't say anything and would definitely let people clear the place. Jingwan whispered to Li Hanyuan, smiling sweetly. Her side profile looked gentle and beautiful, making people somewhat unable to shift their eyes away. Originally, his wife was the biggest living hell, and he was really angry. However, when he sensed some gazes, he followed the feeling and looked over. When he saw a certain man looking at his wife in a daze, his gaze really turned into a death ray. It was full of icy killing intent. Even if it was really foolish, it would probably be able to return to normal, not to mention just a little bit of absent-mindedness. That was also a handsome young Gongzi. He quickly shifted his gaze away in a sorry state. In an instant, the cold sweat on his forehead flowed down. His heart pounded wildly, as if someone was strangling his throat, almost suffocating him. The people beside him originally didn't notice, but this reaction was too big. Naturally, they hurriedly expressed their concern. It's nothing. You all should be quiet. Don't disturb Wang Ye and Wang Fei." The corner of his mouth stretched. He could say that it was because he was absent-minded while looking at Jin Xin Wang and was discovered by Jin Xin Wang. And then, at this moment, he really experienced that gazes could really kill. Jin Xin Wang's gaze was really too frightening. Just now, he really had an illusion that he was about to die. He couldn't wait to give himself 2 slaps. The handsome Gongzi tried his best to calm down, but it didn't have any effect. Instead, his body trembled uncontrollably. His heart was fearful and apprehensive. He always felt that Jin Xin Wang's gaze was still on him, but he didn't have the courage to take a look and verify it. Just at this time, there was a hubbub outside. It was just that this hubbub was not the same as the usual lively celebration. Faintly, they seemed to hear something about the second place of the banquet fell from the horse on the last street, and was unconscious. When Jingwan heard it, a Yuan's rebirth, many things had changed, but some things were still the same. "Gong Jiao, quickly go and take a look." Gong Jiao went quickly and came back quickly. "Wang Ye, Wang Fei, the person is already gone. Jingwan sighed softly. This life, was really https://11/11/11807/137258884. Chapter 520. Now that this kind of thing has happened, I wonder if the parade will continue? Even though they knew that this kind of thing might happen, but when it happened, it still affected their mood a little. The second place has died. For such an unlucky thing, the parade will not stop. On the contrary, it will be even more grand. Li Hanyuan understood this kind of thing too well. How could a mere human life be more important than a good omen? Not to mention stopping the parade and letting the world attention focus on the second place's death. They would only think of ways to resolve it and divert everyone's attention. If they could instantly forget about the second place's death, it would be even better. Because there was a living King Yama holding the fort, no one at the side spoke, no matter what they thought in their hearts. However, when Li Hanyuan spoke to Jingwan, his ears were perked up. But because Jingwan and Li Hanyuan were well aware of it, and because they didn't ask Gong Jiu about the other person's cause of death, the others didn't know. Therefore, they couldn't remain calm. The second place died while riding a horse through the streets. When they didn't know the truth, anyone would make all kinds of guesses, and even guess if there was a conspiracy behind it. However, Jin Qin Wang and Wang Fei didn't speak. They could only scratch their hearts and lungs in discomfort and let their imaginations run wild. Just as Li Hanyuan said, they soon heard movement again. Obviously, they didn't walk in, but Jingwan felt that it was even noisier than 3 years ago. The sound of gongs and drums filled the sky, and the voices of the people were like a boiling cauldron. It seemed that the second place's death didn't cause any impact. Clearly, when the second place fell from the horse, how many people saw it? Even the people at the back of the crowd probably knew about it. But now, it seemed like there wasn't the slightest bit of impact. The news of the death was probably concealed for the time being. After all, it's normal for people of this age to fall ill. Being unable to participate in the parade, the world would at most sigh in pity. After the matter is settled and the cause is found, then it will be announced, and the impact will be minimized. Who is in charge of holding the fort today? Li Hanyuan drank a cup of wine. Replying to Wang Yi, it's Li Darren, Zhuo Qian the blackguard. Then it's not strange. Who was Li Suyan? She had seen all kinds of situations, big and small. She had the ability to adapt. It did not affect the fact that the parade of 3 people had become 2 people. On the contrary, 2 of the 3 people were young and handsome. With an air-dried orange peel in the mix, it would be a total eyesore in the eyes of some people. The current situation was even more desirable. It cannot be helped. A good-looking person indeed had an advantage everywhere, especially when it came to giving others a first impression. This was human nature, and it had nothing to do with whether one was obsessed with looks or not. The procession woke up from the other end. Jiang Wanli had really become the selling point of the parade. The people in front of him were chanting loudly as they walked forward. Composing poems at the age of 3, composing lyrics at the age of 5, writing poetry at the age of 7, becoming famous at a young age, reaching the top 3. No matter how much of it was true or false. In short, it was as if all the beautiful words in the world were not enough to describe him. Looking sideways from the window, she saw that the silk handkerchiefs and various kinds of beads were like flying rain, falling directly on Jiang Wanli. It was much more exaggerated than Chen Zhengmin 3 years ago. Moreover, from the way those things fell, they should be very light. There was no murder like 3 years ago. This year's top scholar is really extraordinarily popular. Jingwan chuckled. Didn't you see that the few girls at the side were stretching their heads to look outside? Jingwan guessed that if they were not here, they would not be so reserved. Looking at the blushing face, the tightly tugging on the handkerchief, and the uncontrollable joy on her face, it was obvious that love was budding. Sure enough, she stayed behind despite the pressure for this person. Oh, it's good to be young. But she did not think about it. She was only 17 years old. She did not dare to say this directly. Otherwise, there was a high chance that a murder would really happen. It was said that many people wanted this person to be their son-in-law. Looking at it, it was not false at all. Hearing Jingwan's words, Li Hongyuan snorted coldly and looked at Jiang Wanli with hostility in his eyes. Jingwan pretended not to hear and did not say anything. She just looked at the scene with a smile. There was nothing she could do with such a jealous husband. Speaking of which, she was always like this in front of Jiang Wanli. 3 years ago, she saw Chun Jungmin being selected as the Tanhua. At that time, although she and Chun Jungmin had broken off the engagement, not many people knew about it. According to this person's narrow-mindedness, she wondered if he had been shooting daggers at Chun Jungmin the whole time. She did not know at that time, so she was in a good mood. Now that she thought about it, it turned out that when she was not aware of it, some people were like walking on a tightrope thousands of miles high in the sky. A little evil wind would cause them to fall and be smashed to pieces. Whether the evil wind would appear or not, it was all up to the king of hell. Now that the dust had settled, Jiang Wanli was coming. There were some things that could not be avoided even if he wanted to. After all, he was an official and had to go to the Hamlin Academy every day. Thinking of the sad scene of chasing and intercepting, she was inexplicably gloating. After seeing it, she could go home. Jingwan felt that she would not come to see it next time. Well, if nothing unexpected happened, she would not be able to see it even if she wanted to. She could not leave the palace casually. When she returned to the prince's residence, she only drank 2 mouthfuls of water before the servant hurriedly handed her a message. Li Hongyuan opened the letter and quickly glanced at it. Then he handed it to Jingwan. Jingwan put down the cup and took it. Prince Rue is going to use Jiang Wanli to create a case of cheating in the imperial examination. She felt that it was ridiculous. Just because of his absolute ability, he was used by others to take advantage of the loopholes. Is this news reliable? It was sent by Su Mingzhang. Then there was nothing more to say. https:///11/11807/138204438. Mobile Edition. Chapter 521. I haven't looked for him yet, but he's already causing trouble. Perfect. Li Hongyuan's face was somewhat gloomy and cold. Jingwan folded the letter and then burned it unhurriedly. Someone was complaining that there weren't enough stains on his body, so he was still trying his best to make trouble. Was Prince Rue's plan good? It was undoubtedly good. If it succeeded, it would be a heavy blow to the Luo family. Not to mention whether Luo Peishan could keep his position. The 3 brothers of the Luo family would have their futures ruined. Jiang Wanli was Luo Peishan's youngest disciple. There was a saying, "A teacher for a day is a father for life." It was definitely not a joke. If something happened to Jiang Wanli, Luo Peishan couldn't escape. Naturally, Luo Peishan couldn't stay out of it. In other words, Prince Rue's original goal was Luo Peishan. If he couldn't get him, he would destroy him, along with the Luo family's roots. This move could be said to be vicious. Moreover, although the main target was the Luo family, the scope of the involvement was bound to be very wide. Of course, those who were responsible for setting the questions, depended on whether there were people of Prince Rue. If there were only a few people, and most of them belonged to the opposing faction, or were as stubborn as Luo Peishan, then he might as well abandon his own people and eliminate them all in one fell swoop. As the saying went, those who wanted to achieve great things didn't care about trifles. It was really not a big deal to abandon a few people. At worst, he would get more compensation in other aspects. Anyway, as long as he didn't lose his life, he could take it back when he sat on the throne in the future. It was a very simple matter. Therefore, there might be a lot of unlucky people. However, it wasn't so easy to make this thing perfect, because if there wasn't such a thing, it was easy to make flaws in the evidence. Moreover, there was such a potential terrifying opponent. Even if Li Hongyuan didn't know about this in advance, when it happened, he would certainly have a way to salvage it. It was just a little troublesome. Moreover, now that he knew about it, Prince Rue's plan was even less likely to succeed. This didn't happen in your previous life, right? Jingwan asked curiously. Indeed not. Your grandfather is still the Minister of Rights. He doesn't involve himself in anything except for the matters of his job. He keeps a very low profile, which is completely different from the situation where he is on a killing spree right now. Naturally, people won't love and hate him. At the same time, he is a slick person, and other people can't do anything to him easily. The value of the Ministry of Rights is obvious, and there are a lot of things to do. Naturally, nobody will try to rope him in or step him down. Even if the Luo family had 3 Jinshi at the same time, after all, they had just entered the officialdom. Their words carried little weight and could be ignored. Although Jiang Wanli was a Jinshi, in essence, it was just a good name. After entering the Halen Academy, he quickly kept a low profile and rarely contacted people. You've also severed ties with the Luo family. The Luo family is low-key and peaceful. So, the current Jiang Zhuangyan was actually implicated by his grandfather, and his grandfather was essentially implicated by you. Li Hongyuan's fingertips rubbed Jingwan's white and tender cheeks. The Luo family is destined to be implicated because you're destined to be mine. The corners of his mouth lifted without a hint of guilt. Anyway, you're a prince with no power or influence. Isn't it better if the Luo family doesn't get implicated? Jingwan said faintly. Wan, do you think it's possible? If I don't let the Luo family get implicated, won't the Luo family get implicated? Your father, in my previous life, always had a nominal position in the Ministry of Appointments. 3 years after I ascended the throne, he simply resigned. Now, he is working hard to climb up the ranks. There's no need to talk about your grandfather. Not to mention that he is actually ambitious. Your grandmother probably won't allow him to stand by and do nothing. Whether or not she trusts me, she wants to give you a strong backing. So, after all this time, it's actually me who implicated you. Li Hongyuan smiled gently, which was exceptionally charming. I will protect them and make sure they are safe. Jingwan smiled as well. Of course, I believe in you. Her eyes curved into crescents, and she was exceptionally warm. She leaned into Li Hongyuan's arms. Yuan, I feel that the Ministry of Appointments has too much power. As for the Ministry of Rights, those trivial matters can be easily delegated. If so, why don't we put the imperial examinations under the Ministry of Rights in the future? Li Hongyuan thought for a while. That's a good idea. That's not what I'm thinking. I'm standing on the shoulders of a giant, and the areas that I can influence are very limited. That's enough. No one can take care of everything. In your current position, you only need to provide an idea and a sentence. It's like suturing a wound and using anesthetics. Gong Jiu is already familiar with the former and has taught many people. As for the latter, Gong Jiu has already achieved some results. Didn't Wan say that the history of your previous life is very similar to the history of Qi Yuan? So, sooner or later, it will develop into something similar to your previous life. This is not something that can be done by 1 or 2 people. It requires the wisdom of millions of people. Jingwan looked at Li Hongyuan. To be honest, her husband seemed to have many sides. However, it had nothing to do with the so-called split personality. Moreover, his multifaceted nature seemed to be perfectly blended together, and no one would think that there was a problem. But now, he was like a wise man who could see through the course of history. He was truly unattainable. The time between the general examination and the court examination was very tight. Moreover, if they wanted to create a case of cheating, it seemed that they would have to decide after the court examination. Therefore, they would need some time to make arrangements. This time would be enough for Li Hongyuan to plan a counterattack. Or, he might as well nip the matter in the bud. However, they did not know what the living king of hell was going to do. Jingwan looked at his arrangements. Obviously, it was the former. It made sense. Prince Rue didn't think there were enough stains on him, so he wanted to get more stains on him to lower Emperor Lu Qingdi's good impression of him. He was afraid that Emperor Lu Qingdi wouldn't be able to get back on his feet. Therefore, Emperor Lu Qingdi wanted to fulfill his wish. Therefore, they did nothing for the time being. They just waited for Prince Rue to make his move. Prince Rue's speed was faster than expected. It only took him 3 days. Moreover, the speed of the news was quite fast. It seemed that within a day, the entire capital knew that the new crown prince was accusing Yuan Jiang of cheating in the general examination. The reason why they did not mention the court examination was because the court examination was set by the emperor on the spot. There was no possibility of it being leaked in advance. No matter where he went, it seemed like everyone was talking about this matter. The commoners were still fine, but the scholars were all agitated, especially those who had participated in this examination but failed. It was as if they had failed because of Jiang Wanli, this scum, and without Jiang Wanli, it was as if they would have been able to pass the examination. In just one day, because of Jiang Wanli's relationship with the Luo family, the three brothers of the Luo family became the target of a crusade. Because Jiang Wanli was the top scholar, he was directly appointed as an editor of the Hanlin Academy. He didn't need to take the exam anymore and was already working in the Hanlin Academy. Because of this, Jiang Wanli was naturally ostracized and looked at with strange eyes, especially those who had been in the Hanlin Academy for many years. It could be said that they were not proud and had no hope of promotion. To a certain extent, they were just waiting for death to come. However, these people were still self-righteous and thought highly of themselves, or perhaps they had talent, but didn't recognize it. In short, they just didn't look for problems with themselves. Of course, there were also those who were very knowledgeable and were indeed a little arrogant. They did not like some things, but it was rare for such people to follow the crowd. Every time a young person came, those who were not well-mannered would be sarcastic. Those who were well-mannered would be especially cold and not easy to get along with. Now, Jiang Wanli, the top scorer, was obtained by cheating. It was as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Or rather, they finally found a chance to vent their anger. Jiang Wanli was very knowledgeable, but he was also very well-mannered. Even if he did not do something, he would still be open and honest in the face of criticism. One must know that cheating was actually very serious. Even if the truth was found out in the end, the impact would be considerable. However, Jiang Wanli was not too worried. However, his attitude was very infuriating. With the Minister of Personnel Affairs as his backer, he is very confident. When Jiang Wanli heard this, he frowned slightly. He was good at reading, but he was not a bookworm. After becoming Luo Peisong's disciple, he had traveled to the south and north. He had seen all kinds of people. His EQ was not for show. Therefore, there were some things that he thought of the moment he knew about it. Now, there was only one thought in his mind, as expected. Just as the others wanted to squeeze him, Li Suyin appeared with a few people from the blackguard. The people present instantly fell silent. Jiang Wanli, because of the cheating incident, we will now take you back to assist in the investigation. Li Suyin went straight to the point. Jiang Wanli's expression did not change. He packed his things and left. After they left, the remaining people immediately became restless. Even the blackguard has been dispatched. Looks like it must be true. He looks like a dog. I didn't expect him to be such a person. https://11/11/13807/138645050. Please wait patiently after reporting and refresh the page. Chapter 522. Jiang Wanli had actually heard of the terror of the Black Robe Guards. Anyone who was preparing to enter the officialdom would know about them, especially the existence of the Black Robe Guards, which made some people tremble in fear at the mere mention of them. Because of this understanding, even if Jiang Wanli was not afraid, he was still a little unsure. Because when he entered this place, it seemed like they would not interrogate him first, but torture him first. Although he had followed his teacher around for the past few years, his background was still there. Even if he occasionally ate simple tea and plain tea, he had never suffered physical pain. The blackguard's torture should not be as simple as physical pain. Jiang Wanli clenched his fist a little uneasily. The blackguard's prison did not occupy a large area because there were no long-term residents here, and not just anyone could enter. Therefore, when Jiang Wanli stepped in, he was a little surprised by the environment. In his expectations, it should be damp and dark, filled with an unpleasant smell. But in reality, it was spacious, had plenty of light, and was clean enough. It was also not filled with all kinds of terrifying torture instruments that made people feel gloomy. Of course, not seeing it did not mean that it did not exist. After all, on the other side, there was a house in the shadows. That place, Jiang Wanli looked away. His nostrils twitched slightly, as if there was a faint smell of blood. Perhaps this was the only thing that could make him feel fear in this place. What kind of method could make the smell of blood last for a long time? Just when Jiang Wanli thought that he would pass through the corridor in the middle of the cell and enter the shadows on the opposite side, the person who led the way in front opened the door and stood respectfully. If Editor Jiang needs anything, you can tell me directly. Li Suyin's eyebrows were still sharp, and there was a faint murderous aura. Everyone knew that such a person was not easy to get along with. In fact, Li Suyin was indeed not an easy person to get along with. He was cold-blooded and heartless. He did not even have a single friend and had always been alone in his private time. When Jiang Wanli heard this, his thoughts turned. He said with some uncertainty, "I think I will be here for some time. Can you find me a few books?" This was an obvious test. Li Suyin nodded and left decisively. He held the hilt of his waist knife, and his back was straight. The remaining black-clothed guard made a please gesture to Jiang Wanli. Jiang Wanli had probed, and Zhuo Qianshi had given him a clear answer. Therefore, his heart had completely returned to its original place. He even felt somewhat at ease after entering the prison cell. The cell was empty. There was nothing in it. Jiang Wanli stood there, thinking about the whole thing in his heart. After entering the prison of the blackguard, not only did he not receive any torture, but he also seemed to be treated quite well. From the looks of it, to him, being captured by the blackguard was not so much a detention, but rather a protection. The word protect was on the tip of Jiang Wanli's tongue. Jiang Wanli turned around and saw a shocked expression on his face. He didn't expect to be tortured, his cell wasn't dirty, and he even got 2 books. That was already a good treatment. But now, among the things that were carried in, there was not only a bed, but the mattress and quilt on it. Although the material was not very good, it was clean and soft. Other than that, there was a writing desk and the 4 treasures of the study. The books that were brought in were not 2 books, but a large stack. In addition, a screen was used to separate a space for a wash basin. The black-clothed guards moved quickly and swiftly. After they were done, they turned around and left without saying anything. Jiang Wanli suspected that he was really in a prison cell. Was it fake? Wasn't the prison of the blackguard a place that ate people up without spitting out their bones? When did it become so humane? However, after the initial shock, Jiang Wanli began to think about more things in his heart. The current head of the blackguard was Zhuo Qian, Li Suyin. Even though he had a colleague above him, everyone actually obeyed his orders. The blackguard was directly under the emperor. Zhuo Qianshi was deeply trusted by Lu Qingdi. He could be said to be Lu Qingdi's right-hand man. He was a 100% pure official and was Lu Qingdi's absolute pawn. He was someone who would never be bribed. Jiang Wanli didn't think that Lu Qingdi would order Zhuo Qianshi to give him such preferential treatment. The emperor had given him no torture for the time being because he was a rare top scorer in the 3 yuan imperial examinations. It was already a great favor for him. Moreover, he didn't have any interaction with Zhuo Qianshi of the blackguard. As such, there was no possibility that he would give him preferential treatment because of their personal relationship. Then, was it Lord Luo or the Jiang family? Obviously, it was impossible. However, there was one point. This Zhuo Qianshi of the blackguard, who was said to not serve anyone other than the emperor, might actually have a second master. The worst thing was that he was no longer impartial when doing things. Jiang Wanli eliminated the possible candidates one by one and then locked his target on Jin Qinhuang. He had also heard a lot of rumors about Jin Qinhuang. However, he did not believe in those things. He agreed with his own judgment, even though his interactions with Jin Qinhuang could only be counted on one's fingers only a few times. Jiang Wanli basically understood why there was such an unexpected disaster. He didn't have any complaints in his heart. Even though he didn't take the initiative to take a stand, but because he was Luo Peisong's disciple, he was forced to be labeled as the minister of the Ministry of Personnel. However, this didn't matter. After all, in the officialdom, there were only a few people who could be absolutely independent. In fact, compared to those who didn't have a background and didn't have a backer, he was much, much luckier. He didn't know how many people were envious and jealous of him. Correspondingly, he also had to be aware that he would be implicated. After all, the officialdom was like a battlefield. The struggle between factions and the struggle for benefits would never stop. After thinking it through, Jiang Wanli calmly accepted all of this. To be honest, after being implicated, he still fell into the hands of his own people and enjoyed this kind of treatment. It was the luckiest of the luckiest. Jiang Wanli flipped through the book. He didn't know where this book came from. Even though it wasn't a unique book, it looked very interesting. During lunch, 4 dishes and a soup were delivered. Even though they weren't very exquisite, the taste wasn't bad either. Even though these days couldn't be compared to the days at home, it was definitely much better than the days when he was roaming the world with his teacher. Of course, he wasn't complaining about the hardships of those few years. Every day was actually fun. It all depended on how one treated it. Obviously, Jiang Wanli thought that this was good enough. When night came, a big bucket of hot water was delivered from outside. His clothes were cleaned from inside to outside. They were obviously brand new. Soaking in the hot water was comfortable and pleasant. TSK, if the prison was treated like this, who knew how many people would think of ways to get in? Jiang Wanli was living a comfortable life in prison. He didn't ask about the situation outside. After all, he had just entered the officialdom and didn't know anything. Therefore, the best way was to not think about it. Otherwise, he would only be looking for trouble and suffering. Since he could live such a life in prison, it was obvious that he didn't need to worry about the things outside. What he needed to do now was to wait patiently. Once things were settled, he would naturally be able to leave. As for Prince Rue's side, they had planned this matter. At the beginning, they were still satisfied with the situation. They were prepared to let this matter ferment further. After all, it was still far from their final goal. Jiang Wanli was just a small champion. To be honest, they didn't care about him at all. A person like him, no matter how glorious he was, had just entered the officialdom and didn't have any real power. Such a person was completely not to be feared. Not to mention one, even if there were 10 or 100 of them, they wouldn't feel any heartache. Moreover, even people who cherished talents couldn't wait to get rid of the rising star of the enemy camp. However, the current situation was not within their expectations. In their plan, this matter should have been handed over to the Supreme Court. Although the minister of the Supreme Court was a rigid and inflexible old man, the entire Supreme Court wasn't completely united. There were more sensible and ambitious people. Prince Rue had plenty of people inside. As long as Jiang Wanli was detained in the Supreme Court, they could easily make him die there. They could also make it seem like he committed suicide for fear of punishment and leave a blood letter. Whatever happened later, even if it was fake evidence, would be confirmed because of this. Now that Jiang Wanli had been taken away by the blackguard was truly a monolithic unit. It was completely under the control of Li Suyan. There was no room for these people to intervene. Although the blackguard prison was basically a place of no return, even if Jiang Wanli was dead, this chess piece did not play the role it should have. Moreover, without Lu Qingdi's decree, Jiang Wanli would at most be a little disabled. In addition, Luo Peishan seemed to be completely unaffected. His 3 grandsons' examination was only suspended. Not to mention being detained, they couldn't even step out of the door. The people outside couldn't get in touch with them at all. Even if they wanted to do something, they couldn't do anything. This wasn't the situation that Prince Rue and the others wanted. The longer this matter was delayed, the more likely it was to go wrong. Unsurprisingly, Prince Rue and the others sped up the process. Their method was naturally to provoke the anger of the scholars. It was just that the matter was big enough, increasing the pressure on Lu Qingdi, and the speed of the investigation would increase. However, what Prince Rue didn't know was that the more he did, the more he would be caught. This was because every step he took was in the hands of Li Hongyuan. Unknowingly, the pit he dug was getting deeper and deeper. Moreover, it was prepared to bury him. The matter was indeed getting more and more intense, especially some scholars. They simply wanted to besiege the Luo family like they did once or twice in the past. However, this plan was ultimately dispelled. Whether it was the Minister of Personnel or the great scholars all over the world, they had to be careful. Therefore, more or less, they still had some rationality. The matter was indeed getting more and more intense. Moreover, the deceased second place had also been dragged into the mud. The best proof was that the second place had fallen repeatedly. Some of his essays from before the competition had also been dug up, proving that he was far from being capable of becoming second place. Jiang Wanli was ahead of the others because of his superior ability. The second place was because of his lack of ability. It was laughable to say that, but there were people who believed it. Lu Qingdi also had a headache. He handed the matter over to the blackguard to investigate. After a few days, there was no result. Naturally, he called Li Suyin over to inquire about the situation. "Your Majesty, the matter is almost done. In fact, as we said at the beginning, there is an 80 to 90% chance that someone is behind this. Now we just need to catch the mastermind. At most, in 2 or 3 days, the truth will be revealed." Lu Qingdi nodded. "Thank you, Suyin. In short, settle this matter as soon as possible." Yes. Therefore, he didn't touch the Luo family and only captured Jiang Wanli. Firstly, it was to protect him. Secondly, it was to appease the people. Now, those scholars were causing trouble again and again. Lu Qingdi was also annoyed. He could be easily incited by others. It was obvious that he didn't have any subjective opinions. How could such a person be a good official? Lu Qingdi directly ordered people to drag out the group of people who caused the most trouble. He didn't take away their scholarly achievements. Without saying anything, he directly banned them from the examination for 30 years. Not everyone could persevere for 30 years. After 30 years, some people might be buried in the ground. The effect of punishing the chicken to warn the monkey was very obvious. The people who caused trouble stopped immediately. What was the purpose of these people studying? Wasn't it because they wanted to be an official? Whether it was for power and benefits, to bring glory to their ancestors, or to really care for the world. In short, they had to enter the officialdom first. If their path was cut off, all their thoughts would be in vain. Therefore, no matter how indignant they were, they could only shrink back. Most of the officials finally felt that Lu Qingdi had done a good thing. However, that night, Prince Rui met the current Minister of Rights. This Lord Su went straight to the point and asked Prince Rui to quickly stop. He was very certain that this matter would definitely not succeed. If it continued, it would only expose Prince Rui in front of Lu Qingdi. It was a good thing that the prepared scapegoat was sent out. "Lord Su, please give this prince an explanation." Prince Rui was indignant, but now he had a lot of reliance on him, so he had to give him some face. "Wang Ye, Luo Peishan has been too quiet in this matter. Not only him, there are other loyal court officials, even the emperor. It is enough to see that there may be some things between them that we don't know. It is even possible that from the beginning of the layout, it has been noticed by others. Previously, I had already told Wang Ye that Jin Qin Wang, this person, should not be underestimated, although we cannot find anything. But the most unusual point is that it is impossible for a person like Jin Qin Wang to not have any ambition. Therefore, we would rather believe that he is hiding too deeply and not be deceived by the appearance that he is showing now. Being more on guard, it is naturally best if there is nothing. If there is something, then we will not be caught unprepared. Stopping at this time, to a certain extent, we can also test Prince Jin. https://11/11/11807/13894074. Mobile Edition. Chapter 523. Although Prince Rui was unwilling, he wasn't someone who didn't listen to advice. 2 days later, he was very glad that he listened. Lu Qingdi directly threw out the evidence in the imperial court. This time, he didn't fly into a rage. However, from his gloomy face, it was obvious that he was very, very angry. Sometimes, it was better to vent one's anger than not to discover it, whether it was directed at the person who was angered or the person who was angry. Lu Qingdi ordered his men to remove the black veil and official robes of 2 people. However, this wasn't enough. Then, they were directly sent to the northwest where they needed manpower. Moreover, their descendants were forbidden from entering the imperial court. Those who were already in the imperial court were also stripped of their black veils. At the beginning, they expected to lose their official position at most. Prince Rue also promised that they would be able to return soon. However, Luchengdi didn't show any mercy. Since he had personally issued the imperial edict, even if Prince Rue ascended the throne in the future, he couldn't go against his father's will. In this way, the sacrifices they made wouldn't be for the sake of greater benefits. Instead, it was purely for the sake of losing their lives. Not only did they lose their lives, but they also implicated their families and descendants. Then, the situation that they worked so hard to build up would completely collapse in an instant. These two people stood at the front of the imperial court. It was obvious that their official positions weren't low. At this moment, they finally knew fear. They kowtowed and begged for mercy. One of them even said that he was innocent. Luchengdi couldn't be bothered to listen to their nonsense. He directly ordered the imperial guards to drag them out. During this process, Prince Rue's back was drenched in sweat. He was afraid that he would be exposed. However, he didn't dare to raise his head or make any strange movements. After all, if he didn't do anything, he could still say that he was innocent. If he jumped out and said that he was the one who exposed himself, it would be a confession without being pressed. Last time, because of the grain incident in the Northwest, he was grounded. Because of the birth of his son, he was released. This time, if he was caught in this incident, then it wouldn't be as simple as just being added to the production team. After he was dragged out, Prince Rue clearly heaved a sigh of relief. However, Prince Rue didn't know that he had breathed a sigh of relief too early. He didn't know that because he wanted to act as if this matter had nothing to do with him, and perhaps because he was afraid, he had gone a bit too far. Everyone else was whispering to each other, but he was the only one who was too quiet. Wouldn't that expose him again? So much so that Luchengdi saw it all. This was a classic example of cover-up. Prince Rue used to be the son that Luchengdi thought the most highly of, but he was disappointed time and time again. Luchengdi now felt that this son was really like his mother, used to putting on an act in front of him. So much so that he was deceived by this mother and son for so many years. If it wasn't for the fact that he was his son, he would have killed him long ago. Minister Su of the Board of Rites discreetly looked at Prince Rue, then looked at Luchengdi. He frowned slightly and sighed helplessly in his heart. In his opinion, Prince Rue's temperament was actually not bad, but in the end, he was facing his own father and the monarch at that. He had a natural fear, and with two identities, this fear was doubled. Thus, once the emperor got angry, he couldn't control his emotions. In this aspect, he was far worse than Prince Jean. Prince Rue was suddenly called out by Luchengdi and was clearly startled. He was clearly guilty and afraid. This subject is here. Prince Rue tried his best to maintain his composure and didn't let himself stutter. Luchengdi knew very well about the real mastermind behind the scenes. Just two court officials, because the minister of the Board of Rites offended them unintentionally, they would gamble their future and do this kind of stupid thing. With the current situation, it was obvious who was behind it. There were only a few people. If the tale was swept clean, showing cowardice was the same as being exposed. Luchengdi unceremoniously reprimanded Prince Rue. He was becoming more and more mediocre and incompetent, making people disappointed. For Prince Rue, this was definitely the most unbearable thing. However, after being scolded as trash last time, his ability to accept this inexplicably increased a lot. After being scolded by Luchengdi, he calmed down instead. When Luchengdi finished scolding, he knelt down and asked for forgiveness. Luchengdi stared at this son, his face expressionless, unable to tell whether he was happy or angry. After a moment of silence, he waved his hand. Court is dismissed. Luo Peishan and the others were completely unaffected. They did what they should do. As for the aftermath of this cheating case, it was quickly and cleanly dealt with. No one had the time to care about the mood of those troublemakers. Jiang Wanli quickly came out of the blackguard's prison. At this time, he naturally had to go back first to get rid of the bad luck and calm down. There were still many people paying attention to him, but seeing that he was in good spirits and the way he walked was still calm, it seemed that he didn't suffer much in the blackguard's prison. Sure enough, Sheng was wise and had long seen that something was wrong. Jiang Wanli was taken back by a servant in a carriage. It was a small house that he and Luo Peisong used to live in. However, it was believed that soon, Jiang Wanli's family would be in shock, and Luo Peisong could also return to the Luo family. Seeing his little disciple approach, Luo Peisong glanced at him and silently looked away. "Teacher, I just came out of prison. Didn't you have someone prepare a brazier? Look at your rosy face. You put on a lot of weight. Are you sure you need to get rid of the bad luck?" Luo Peisong didn't hold back. Jiang Wanli smiled. He was indeed a little fat, but people who weren't familiar with him shouldn't be able to see it. He knew that his teacher had a strange temper, so it was best to stop before going too far. https:///11/11807/139199909. Chapter 524. However, Luo Peisong was not going to let him off easily. Gifts blind the eyes. Do you think I'll let you gain weight for free? Just you wait. If you gain 1 caddy, I'll make you lose 10 caddies later. As a great scholar, these words were extremely uncouth. However, Jiang Wanli did not show any reaction. Obviously, he was used to this kind of teacher. After following him for a few years, no one knew better than him that this teacher, other than some eccentricities, did not have the elegance that a great scholar should have. In his opinion, he was much worse than the Minister of Official Personnel Affairs. However, this was only shown in front of people close to him. However, from these words, he could basically confirm that his previous guess was correct. Moreover, his teacher knew more than him. Jiang Wanli decided to wash up. Although he was quite clean, he was still out of prison. Although he was treated quite well in prison, he did not feel so good psychologically. Because he was out for many years, it was definitely not as good as being taken care of at home. Even if there was a servant, Jiang Wanli would do it himself most of the time. However, after entering the house, Jiang Wanli found that there were many more things. Where did they come from? "Young master, the Luo family sent them over. They said that they are for you to get over your shock." In fact, in the servant's opinion, these gifts were too much and too expensive. Jiang Wanli saw that his servant's expression was not right, so he casually flipped through them. His movements became careful in an instant. He picked them up and was reluctant to part with them. He thought that it was no wonder. Since they were given to him, it was obviously to his liking. It was actually a relatively simple thing to give him something that he liked without any specific understanding. As a scholar, he just had to choose from masses. Calligraphy and painting books, especially the works of famous masters and the only copies, even if he did not like them from the bottom of his heart, he could collect these things. To a scholar, it was also a kind of capital that he could show off. Otherwise, it would only be a matter of face if he used it as a gift. All these in front of him were undoubtedly exquisite treasures. He, Jiang Wanli, had seen many good things, but he could not help but be moved in the face of these. It was obvious that they were really extraordinary. Jiang Wanli pondered for a while. From his teacher, he could basically see part of the Luo family's background. However, to casually give a junior like him so many good things, this was not something the Luo family could do. It was not that they could not take it out, but it was too much. Therefore, these things most likely came from Jinqin Wangfu. After all, the other party was a Wangya. Even if it was compensation, it was far from reaching the point of exhausting everything. He was just a small pawn. His words had just entered the officialdom and really had no use. Therefore, this matter of being valued was actually a joke. This kind of heavy gift could only explain one point: the other party had a lot of things and simply did not care. Things that were very precious and numerous in other people's eyes, in the other party's eyes, were probably just a hair from 9 oxen, not worth mentioning. As such, Jiang Wanli calmly accepted it. In any case, he really liked it. It belonged to the category where he could only lend it to a friend for 3 days. Put away. Don't damage it at all. Yes, young master. However, is there really no problem with young master? The manservant was still somewhat worried. Speaking of which, he and Jiang Wanli grew up together. Although they were master and servant, Jiang Wanli did not treat him unfairly. He had even attended classes with Jiang Wanli and had seen a lot. Therefore, this manservant's eyesight was even better than many scholars. If I tell you to accept it, then accept it. What's with all this nonsense? I know what I'm doing. Hearing these words, the manservant was relieved. He chuckled twice and promised that he would properly tidy up the things. The manservant was absolutely convinced and worshipped his young master. In his eyes, there was no one more intelligent than his young master. Whatever the young master said and did, then it must be right. The next day, Jiang Wanli returned to Hamlin Academy. When everyone saw that he was intact, they thought it must be the emperor who gave the order early. However, from this point, it was enough to see the emperor's fondness for Editor Jiang. Therefore, those who saw the wind and set the helm all gathered around Jiang Wanli, saying things like, "I knew Brother Jiang was wronged. What kind of character does Jiang Laodi have? How could he do such a thing? Virtuous nephew Jiang Su Shue still needs to use such underhanded means. After this disaster, there will be good fortune in the future." Some people still want to be thick-skinned. Some people seem to have completely forgotten that they were one of the people who slandered Jiang Wanli the most fiercely in the beginning. Jiang Wanli, on the other hand, was good-natured. His smile did not change as he politely responded to them one by one. Many people's hearts skipped a beat. Well, there was a high chance that they had offended Editor Jiang. Moreover, they originally thought that he had become stupid from studying. Otherwise, how could he be so knowledgeable? In the end, his degree of slyness was not inferior to those who had been in the industry for many years. Some of them retreated and decided to stay far away from him in case he took revenge on them. After all, the other party's background was there. Of course, there were also people who wanted to redeem themselves. It did not matter if they were to be humble. They were all scheming for Jiang Wanli's connections behind him. Thinking about it, if they could get on his good side, they did not know how many detours they would take. In Jiang Wanli's eyes, he was clear in his heart. No matter what kind of attitude he had, he was very slippery and evasive. He seemed to be very easy to talk to, but in fact, he did not say anything. The examination of the Scholar of Merit was postponed for a few days. The three Luo brothers successfully passed the examination and then went to Hamlin Academy to laze around. Although it was said that those who were not Jinsher could not enter Hamlin Academy, and those who were not Hamlin Academy could not enter the cabinet, was the minister of the Ministry of Personnel so ambitious to put all three of his grandsons into Hamlin Academy? One must know that after entering Hamlin Academy, one generally had to endure 3 years of experience. It was impossible to be promoted without special circumstances. Now, the Ministry of Revenue was still short of manpower, and there were also vacancies in other places. As the minister of the Ministry of Personnel, Luo Peishan wanted to seek benefits for his 3 grandsons. As long as it was not too excessive, no one would mind some of the better positions. With him as a backer, even if they were new to the officialdom and had no experience, they would definitely be able to do well. Now, all of them were pushed into Hamlin Academy. What was the meaning of this? Obviously, Luo Peishan began to keep a low profile after being high profile. In fact, many people in high positions knew that it was not necessarily a bad thing to stay in Hamlin Academy for 3 years. After 3 years, the situation might have completely stabilized. At that time, there would still be competition, but it would not be like during the fight for the throne, where they might lose their lives. It was said that Luo Peishan was an old fox. It was definitely not a joke. Another storm had subsided. Of course, this was only on the surface. Moreover, even if it really subsided, there would be another wave in the dark. It was hard to tell when it would come out. The weather was getting hotter, but the matters in the northwest were still not completely dealt with. It was already May, and it was the Dragon Boat Festival. There were too many things to do. Lu Qingdi did not have the leisure to go out of the palace to watch the dragon boat race. However, he held a banquet in the palace, inviting civil and military officials above the 3rd rank and their families. Is Yuan going to make a move at the banquet? Jingwan asked curiously. Make a move? Wan, you think too much. I just want to be a spectator. Why should I make a move? Jingwan raised her eyebrows and said with a smile, "Then, let's wait and see. https:///11/11807/139654746." Chapter 525. She wanted to see if noble consort Su and Prince Rue could still make a comeback after this. If they could still make a comeback, Jingwan would admit that they were cockroaches that couldn't be killed easily. However, no matter how tenacious this cockroach was, once it was aimed, it was only a matter of a shoe sole. Don't talk about killing it, even slapping it into dregs was fine. On festive days, Jingwan had always dressed herself up jubilantly. In the beginning, it was because Gong Mama and the others deliberately dressed her up in this aspect. Later on, Jingwan herself was used to it. In any case, whether it was winter or summer clothes, those clothes that were mainly red, silver, and other colors, she was able to suppress them. In addition, her complexion was good and her skin was good. That kind of dressing made her whole person even more radiant and seemed to be even more beautiful. No matter how one looked at it, there was no family's Wang Fei or Jun Wang Fei that could be compared to her. At this time, no one could deceive themselves to think that Jin Qin Wang's feelings for Jin Qin Wang Fei didn't exist. Everything that Jin Qin Wang did was pretended. Jin Qin Wang clearly held her in the palm of his hand like a treasure. Don't say that Jin Qin Wang jinxed his wife. Other than the Wang Fei, no other woman could get close to him. Jin Qin Wang might jinx those who had a status with him, but those who didn't have a status were completely fine. Looking at those in the past, it was the best proof. If Jin Qin Wang wanted, he could raise as many beauties as he wanted. However, ever since he got married, was there still a mess of women by his side? Jin Qin Wang was henpecked? Hee, don't joke around. Jin Qin Wang was the famous living king of hell. Someone who could even throw away his own father's face. Would he be henpecked? Therefore, after all was said and done, it could only be the most impossible possibility. How many people were burning with jealousy, but all of them could only put it in their hearts? So what if they were jealous? Last time, the two Jin Qin Wang's prospective Cefei, if they didn't leave the house, then they died in their sedan chairs. Even if they wanted to share Jin Qin Wang's favor, even if they yearned for Jin Qin Wang Fu's glory, splendor, and wealth, or adored Jin Qin Wang as a person, then they must have the life to step into Jin Qin Wang Fu. If they couldn't do this step, then what else could they talk about? It must be said that Jin Qin Wang Fei is indeed blessed. Otherwise, why would Jin Qin Wang, who was once in the midst of hundreds of flowers, take a fancy to her, even to the point of giving up his heart for her? However, in the end, it's still a little too little, After being favored alone for more than 2 years, there's still no movement in her belly. Everyone knows that Jin Qin Wang Fu's physician is very skilled, but it's still like this. I'm afraid that AI, Jin Qin Wang, may have disdained those women's status in the past and thought that they were not fit to be the mother of his children. Needless to say, the people around them all laughed without knowing the meaning behind it. What did it mean? It couldn't be any more obvious. How long could Jin Qin Wang Fei be proud of herself? It was just these few years. Jin Qin Wang was already 25 years old. It couldn't be that when he reached 30, he still didn't have a son or half a daughter. At that time, there was no need for others to do anything. Jin Qin Wang Fei herself would have to bring people into Jin Qin Wang Fu. Even if she kept the children and left the mother behind, how long could she last? Even if Jin Qin Wang was a sentimental person, but when Jin Qin Wang Fei was 30 or 40 years old, would you still have the face to serve her in bed? If you don't want face, then this man would also be boring. Which man wasn't the same, not liking delicate and tender little girls, but liking an old and haggard woman? Thinking like this, the jealousy in their hearts faded. However, these people seemed to only be able to talk about this every time their hearts were unbalanced. Just thinking about it like this, there was indeed some effect. The method of mental victory would not be ineffective anywhere. Jingwan could actually feel those gazes, but from the beginning, she didn't care. Those sisters-in-law of hers might have used this to provoke her in the beginning, but after eating a loss, they were basically honest. But now, among the princes who were conferred the title of prince, it seemed that only Jin Qinhuang didn't have a son. That's right, even on the surface, Prince Rui couldn't use this point to attack him. In fact, after Prince Rui's son was born, many people who supported him became more determined. It was just that Prince Rui himself still didn't have the emperor's heart. The empress' illness had not improved. Imperial concubine Su was grounded, and even if Wei Xianfei gave birth to a son, her body was damaged because of premature birth, so the child wasn't that good. Moreover, when she gave birth, Jingwan disliked Lu Qingdi once, so the joy of old age was gone. Lu Qingdi also didn't like that mother and son pair. Wei Xianfei didn't have a mother status because of her son, and now she was getting worse and worse than before. She couldn't even compare to the other lower-ranked concubines who had children. After calculating, the woman closest to Lu Qingdi was still Qin Shufei. After Jingwan returned to the capital, she went to the palace to see Qin Shufei. She looked good and didn't have the abnormality she had before they went to the northwest. At the banquet, Lu Qingdi also put aside those troublesome matters, which was rare for him. However, there would always be people with bad intentions who would think of ways to bring the matter to Jin Qinhuang Fei's sore spot. It was natural for Lu Qingdi to ask about it. Sure enough, Lu Qingdi's face sank. Looking at Jingwan, he was still satisfied with his daughter-in-law. However, if she couldn't have children, that would be a big mistake. Lao Lu's wife. Jin knows that you are a good person, but Lao Lu can't not have children. Jin doesn't care how you husband and wife are. Children are a must. The smile on Jingwan's face didn't change. Fu Wang, what are you talking about? Not having children may not be a woman's problem. Jin Qinhuang faintly cut off Jingwan's words. His words weren't heavy, but it was enough to make the scene freeze. Which family didn't have children? Then the problem was definitely a woman. When Jin Qinhuang's words came out, everyone looked at him strangely. In the end, was he really unscrupulous? Or was there really a problem? However, no matter which one it was undoubtedly to help Jin Qinhuang Fei out of her predicament. https://11/11/11807/13997813. Chapter 526. Lu Qingdi was so angry that he smashed his cup, but Jin Qinhuang didn't even give him a glance. Lu Qingdi scolded his unfilial son several times. Then his cold gaze swept towards Jingwan. Obviously, in his opinion, there was no problem with his son. The one with the problem was his daughter-in-law. Moreover, she seduced his son to disregard his dignity to protect her. She was undoubtedly a foxy seductress. No matter how good his impression of her was before, now it had reached the freezing point. As long as the emperor's mind was still clear, it was a taboo to favor only one person, and it was the same for his son. Because in their opinion, once he was bewitched by a woman, it was easy to do wrong. Moreover, as a member of the imperial family, especially the emperor's son, they were the most honorable group of people in the world. How could they be tied up by a woman? Even when Lu Qingdi wanted to tie the imperial Gui Fei to himself, he didn't absolutely favor only her. Moreover, the imperial Gui Fei had never whispered in his ear. Therefore, Lu Qingdi never felt that he did anything wrong. Jingwan helplessly glanced at her husband. Say it's fine if you're the one pulling the hatred, but don't drag her into it as well. Clearly, it's fine if you're just going to brush it off with a few words. Although it's because you, as a son, schemed against him, he's still the emperor, the one with the most authority in Shiyuan on the surface. It was just that Jingwan looked at his indifferent appearance. Forget it. What kind of virtue he had? Didn't she already know it? Therefore, Jingwan also calmed down and didn't say anything. Lu Qingdi's cold gaze was also ignored. Looking at the couple who didn't put him in their eyes, Lu Qingdi was angry. However, he couldn't really do anything to them. His son was reluctant. But what about his daughter-in-law? He was the father-in-law and the emperor. If he made a fuss over such a small matter, it would be beneath his dignity. His eyes turned and fell on the courtiers. I Ching Luo. Luo Peishan's face was slightly frightened, but his heart was as calm as the couple. Just as he was about to get up, he saw Zhongqing walking from the side to a place a few steps below the emperor's seat. The banquet was held in the imperial garden. Reporting to the emperor, Princess Heyang requests an audience. He carried a saber and stood tall and straight. Compared to Li Suyin, Yu Zhongqing was full of righteousness and had an extraordinary bearing. Yu Zhongqing was still unmarried and was coveted by many people. However, on the surface, Yu Zhongqing was alone and did not care about marriage. To some extent, Lu Qingdi also hoped that Yu Zhongqing would work for him wholeheartedly. Once Yu Zhongqing got married, he would be selfish and have weaknesses. Therefore, when Lu Qingdi asked Yu Zhongqing hypocritically and Yu Zhongqing flatly refused, the matter was left unsettled. Many people wanted to act as matchmakers for him, but the commander of the Imperial Guards was missing and unapproachable. In fact, Yu Zhongqing originally had a fiancée. Although she was dead, he had rejected other people. Other than the fact that he was deeply in love with his fiancée and wanted to avenge her, there was also his family's blood feud. Other than that, he also knew Lu Qingdi's thoughts. Since that was the case, why did he need to start a family? Later, we'll talk about it later. Now, Yu Zhongqing was not the focus. The focus was on his words. Speaking of which, most people knew who Princess Heyang was. After all, what she had done in the past was too valiant. However, not many people knew that she was still alive. Now, except for those who clearly knew, the rest were still wondering which of the princesses had the title Heyang. It seemed that neither the princesses nor Lu Qingdi's sisters had the title Princess Heyang. So who on earth was she? Those who knew were surprised. Princess Heyang had no contact with the royal family on the surface. Otherwise, how could most people not know that there was a princess in the royal family who was more honorable than Great Elder Princess? Great Elder Princess's honor came from the fact that she had the same mother as Lu Qingdi and was self-aware. However, even Lu Qingdi had to respect Princess Heyang. Princess Heyang rarely went to Lu Qingdi, but once she did, it was definitely not a trivial matter. Let's not talk about the distant past. Just in the recent years, there was once at the western border 3 years ago. Because of the problem of soldiers' pay and provisions, there was almost a war. Last year, hundreds of thousands of grains disappeared without a trace, and the entire Ministry of Revenue was almost confiscated. But now, she directly revealed her identity as a princess. How could Lu Qingdi not be shocked? He also complained in his heart. Why can't they talk about it in private? Why can't they talk about it another time? Why must they talk about it in public, on such an important festival? Why can't they stop talking about it? No matter what Lu Qingdi thought in his heart, he couldn't say it out, let alone ignore it. However, Jingwan's heart skipped a beat. She glanced at Li Hanyuan. She didn't forget his main purpose of coming to the palace today. Jingwan now had to suspect that Prince Rui's son actually had something to do with Princess Heyang. Then, it could only be said that the King of Hell was still fast, accurate, and ruthless. He not only dug a hole, but also filled it with thorns and buried a sharp knife in it. Li Hanyuan seemed to feel Jingwan's attention. He turned around and looked at her. He smiled as if he had confirmed Jingwan's idea. Jingwan narrowed her eyes slightly and also smiled. She didn't say anything. She also knew how to watch a play. Princess Heyang was dressed in a formal dress, looking graceful, luxurious, and domineering. Her aggressive momentum made Jingwan unable to hide the surprise on her face at the first time when she saw her. However, at this moment, everyone's attention was on Princess Heyang, so Jingwan quickly concealed her surprise. But the strange look in her eyes couldn't disappear. The current Princess Heyang was completely different from the Yin Yang that Jingwan knew, except for her face. Yin Yang's clothes and manners were all like a prostitute. The current Princess Heyang was like an empress, let alone a princess. If she didn't know Yin Yang's identity, Jingwan would probably think that they were just two people who looked alike. Princess Heyang stood under the throne with a cold face. She squatted and said, "Your Majesty." It seemed that she didn't care about it. Her face almost said, "I'm in a very bad mood. Imperial Aunt, please rise." Lu Qingdi was displeased because of Princess Heyang's attitude, but he looked very attentive on the surface. After that, everyone present stood up and saluted. Even great elder princess was very respectful and didn't dare to neglect her at all. Imperial Aunt, you refused every time I invited you to a banquet. I'm very happy that you can come today. Come on, set up a banquet for Imperial Aunt. No need. Princess Yang directly waved her hand and interrupted Luchingdi. I have something to do. I'll leave after dealing with it. The smile on Luchingdi's face froze for a moment, but it disappeared in a flash. Imperial Aunt had made a lot of contributions to the Qi Yuan, so even if he was unhappy, he could only endure it. What do you want me to do? Do you need me to do anything? Princess Yang glanced at him and then looked around. Finally, her eyes fell on the table where Prince Rue was sitting. Princess Yang flicked her sleeves and walked straight over. Prince Rue's heart beat inexplicably. He stood up and said, "What can I do for you, Imperial Aunt?" His attitude was humble and his face was gentle. Those who didn't know him would at least have a good impression of him. Princess Yang glanced at him from head to toe and still didn't change her expression. Then, she turned her eyes to Princess Lu, the child in her arms. Let me have a look. He probably didn't expect that Princess Yang was aiming at the little heir of Prince Rue. Maybe because of his guilty conscience, Prince Rue only felt his heart beat faster. Imperial Aunt, although this boy is only a few months old, his hands are strong enough, and he's noisy. I'm afraid that he will hurt you, so... Before he could finish, Princess Yang bent down and picked up a cup on the table. She crushed it and threw it at Prince Rue's face. Am I not as good as your wife? Prince Rue couldn't maintain the gentle look on his face. Please forgive me, Imperial Aunt. When Prince Rue was about to say something, Princess Lu had already stood up and handed the child to Princess Yang. Because of this unknown child, Princess Lu's own daughter was worried sick because she didn't know what was going on with her. Princess Lu looked very pale. She didn't dare to go out without putting on a thick layer of powder. The reason why she showed up at this banquet was that her husband threatened her with her other two daughters and asked her to pretend that she was in a good mood. After all, she finally had a son and got what she wanted. However, holding this child, she wanted to strangle him to death. Therefore, at this moment, she didn't hesitate to give the child away, no matter what the purpose of this noble princess, who she didn't know, was. Prince Rue subconsciously wanted to snatch the child, but Princess Yang slapped the back of Prince Rue's hand. At that moment, Prince Rue only felt that his hand was numb from the pain. He withdrew his hand and hid it in his sleeve, clenching his fist. Princess Yang didn't feel strange with the child in her arms, but she was obviously a little careful. Princess Yang let the noisy little boy lie on her shoulder and then lifted his little clothes. Her eyes fell on the back of the little boy's waist. There was a red birthmark half the size of a palm. It was very eye-catching. Princess Yang's movements were gentle, but her expression became colder and colder. When she looked at Prince Rue again, her eyes seemed to be filled with ice. Prince Rue didn't know the specific situation, but there was a faint voice in his heart telling him that if this was exposed, he would end up very miserably. His body couldn't help trembling slightly. Prince Rue told himself to calm down. No matter what, he had to slap. With a clear sound, Prince Rue, a big man, was directly slapped by Princess Yang. He staggered and almost fell. Princess Yang swung her hand. You can't give birth to a son, but you dare to have ideas about my grandson. You're really something. Prince Rue was furious. He originally wanted to argue with Princess Yang, but when he heard this, there was a buzzing sound in his head, as if he had been hit hard with a hammer. He was completely dumbfounded. The others also exploded. After a short time of digesting the news, they began to talk about it with a buzz. Jingwan approached Li Hanyuan. Princess Yang has a son? She was obviously shocked. She doesn't lack men. What's so strange about having a son? Li Hanyuan glanced at Jingwan, thinking that Jingwan was making a fuss about nothing. Know that. She was a royal princess, after all. It was fine if she kept a gigolo, but if she had an illegitimate son, wouldn't it be? Wan is not an ordinary person. Why can't she accept this? Princess Yang is also an extraordinary person. Naturally, She can't be treated with common sense. If she took the royal family's reputation seriously, she wouldn't be the Princess Hyang today. She would be like other princesses, ordinary, unhappy, and die in some unknown corner. Obviously, the two extraordinary people Li Hongyuan mentioned were not the same thing. Jingwan was startled, and then she smiled. I was thinking too much. I only thought that the women in the world were not too different, so I was too shocked. I forgot that no matter where you are, there are always some very special people. If it was Li Hongyuan in his previous life, he would definitely not be able to accept this kind of thing when there was a big change. But now he accepted it very well. In other words, because it had nothing to do with him, he didn't care in essence. How many children does Princess Hyang have? Once Jingwan accepted it completely, she began to gossip. The only son, who has just turned 20 years old. Princess Hyang arranged a good place for him and his biological father. Coincidentally, his wife and third princess sister-in-law's third child were conceived around the same time. Li Hongyuan said lightly. So, he was cruelly used by you. Because everyone was talking and their attention was on Prince Rui and Princess Hyang. The two of them talked quite openly. Prince Rui only felt that it was over, completely over. When he first received the child and saw the birthmark on his back, he also felt that it was a little inappropriate. But when he thought that the child's family had been killed, he gave up. After all, it was not a big deal to have a birthmark on one's body. But if it was scalded or cut off for no reason, it would be noticed by others. Under normal circumstances, no one could easily see the body of a prince's heir except those who were closest to him and took care of him carefully. But now he actually fell into the trap of this birthmark. What was the problem? Why was the child Princess Hyang's grandson? Sure enough, he was schemed against from the beginning to the end. Great Aunt, https:///11/11807/140-35953. Mobile edition. Chapter 527. Shut up. I don't want to hear a word from you now. You don't need to quibble. Your daughter is in my hands. Princess Hyang carefully protected the child. There was no warmth in her eyes. She looked at Prince Rui with a stern look in her cold eyes. It was almost written on her face that if he dared to say another word, it would not be settled with just a slap. However, before Prince Rui could react, Princess Lu's face changed greatly. My darling is in your hands? Princess, can you give her back to me? Princess Lu was indifferent to what happened in front of her, but now she couldn't hold it anymore. It was not an exaggeration to say that she broke down in an instant. Princess Lu pulled Princess Hyang's clothes and knelt in front of her with a sorrowful face. Princess, please give my darling back to me. After she was born, I didn't even have time to look at her before she was taken away. Princess, I beg you. Princess Lu had no idea about Prince Rui's great cause. No matter whether he succeeded or not, she didn't expect to get any benefits. Maybe she once had the ambition to be the mother of the country, but some things had been worn away by the accumulation of time. She knew Li Hongming too well. When Princess Lu said this, well, there was no need to say anything. As one of the main characters, he had admitted it. Then there was nothing to say. It was useless to quibble. Even if Lu Cheng wanted to cover for him, or to cover the shame of the royal family, it was impossible. At this moment, it was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. However, everyone had different thoughts. Those who sided with Prince Rui were grieving, while those who opposed Prince Rui were naturally delighted. They couldn't hide their joy and schadenfreude no matter how hard they tried. They could only use other things to hide it. However, no one would pay attention to them at this moment. Of course, there were also some who were expressionless and didn't feel the slightest fluctuation in their hearts, because this had nothing to do with them. However, looking at Prince Rui, although he knew that he couldn't escape this time, there was no room for negotiation since Princess Lu had revealed everything. Prince Rui naturally wanted to eat her alive. However, Princess Lu pretended not to see it. She just kept begging Princess Hyang. Did Princess Lu lose her mind and reveal everything because she knew the whereabouts of her daughter? Of course not. After all, Princess Lu was not crazy. She should know the severity of the matter. Therefore, it was one thing for her to lose her composure after hearing the whereabouts of the children. She also did it on purpose. She had completely fallen out with Li Hongming. To some extent, if Li Hongming ascended the throne, it would not benefit her at all. Moreover, because she knew too much, she might be killed at some time in the future. Moreover, as time went by, Princess Lu increasingly felt that Li Hongming's chances of ascending the throne were slim. Instead of this, it was better to take advantage of the current situation. Moreover, if Li Hongming fell, she would have the possibility of keeping her child. Not to mention that she didn't care about their relationship as husband and wife. It was this man who didn't care about his own flesh and blood first. Princess Heong waved her hand to push Princess Lu away and didn't pay attention to her at all. Was the little commandery princess of Prince Rue's mansion really in Princess Heong's hands, or was it just a lie she made up? If it was the former, she wouldn't say how she would deal with the child. Princess Heong looked at Emperor Lu Qingdi. Obviously, she didn't want to keep her here and let irrelevant people laugh at her. I think His Majesty already knows about this matter and will give me a satisfactory explanation. I won't say anything more and will leave now. Obviously, Princess Heong was very angry because of this matter. She was perfunctory in front of Emperor Lu Qingdi, or a little bit dangerous. When she came, she was domineering and arrogant, but when she left, she was decisive. At this moment, Emperor Lu Qingdi's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. As the emperor, he was humiliated in such a way, but he couldn't lose his temper. The initiator of this was his son, whom he had high hopes for, but he did stupid things again and disappointed him. This time, he was even bolder and tried to confuse the royal bloodline. He even offended Princess Heong. In fact, Emperor Lu Qingdi was so tolerant of Princess Heong not only because of her contributions to Qi Yuan, but also because his imperial aunt had an imperial edict in her hand. The imperial edict was stamped by the late emperor. The reason why it was stamped was that it was left by Emperor Lu Qingdi's grandfather. Although it wasn't something like a death sentence, it was enough to ensure that Princess Heong could live unscrupulously. Prince Rue is demoted to a commoner and imprisoned in the mansion. He is not allowed to take a step out. Emperor Lu Qingdi didn't even bother to say anything more. He directly sentenced Li Hongming to death and then directly stood up and left. https:///11/11807/1403594. Mobile Edition. Chapter 528. Now that things had escalated to this point, this banquet naturally couldn't continue. However, such a big fun also needed to be properly digested. Therefore, whether it was good or not, everyone left one after another. Although it wasn't time yet, but presumably the emperor wouldn't have any objections. What's more, it was Jin Qinhuang who took the lead. After watching this good show, Li Hongyuan was naturally the first to leave with Jingwan. He left in a natural and unrestrained manner. Although he was not as domineering as Princess Heong when she came and left, in terms of influence, Princess Heong could not be compared to him. After all, Princess Heong had long become a past tense. No matter how famous she was in the past, the effect she had now was quite limited. When they returned to the carriage, Jingwan's emotions showed on her face. She sighed with a little surprise. Yuan, if Princess Heong knew that she suffered an unexpected calamity and was schemed against by you because of her unique identity, I wonder what expression she would have. Princess Heong liked to tease people, but Jingwan did not have any bad feelings towards her. However, thinking of how Princess Heong must have been anxious because of her grandson's disappearance in the past few months, and maybe she would have blisters on her mouth, Jingwan inexplicably gloated. Wan, if you want to know, you could go to Princess Heong and tell her about it. Anyway, you don't have to worry about her doing anything. Although Princess Heong was special, Li Hongyuan really did not care much. Although she would not do anything, she would definitely be angry. She would only go to look for trouble if she had nothing better to do. However, the child should have been taken away at the beginning. Why haven't I heard anything about Princess Haeong in the past few months? It stands to reason that Princess Haeong should have asked the emperor for help in this case. Princess Haeong naturally would not act rashly and alert the enemy when she does not know anything. After all, the child may lose his life if something goes wrong. Moreover, he's only a child. It is easy to hide. Also, it is unlikely that the person on the throne would mobilize a lot of people for her. The result may not be much better than Princess Haeong looking for him herself. Today, Princess Haeong appeared in front of so many people because she got the exact news. Because she caught Prince Rue in the act. Even if the emperor wanted to keep the peace, it was impossible. However, Princess Haeong must know that she was schemed against. Will she think of you? Jingwan said the last sentence with a bit of ridicule. So what? Li Hanyuan did not take it seriously. Yeah, so what? No matter how special Princess Haeong was, she was a woman after all. Moreover, her glory days were over. Even if Princess Haeong knew it in the end, she could only be depressed and could not even shout it out. After all, Li Hanyuan could arrange for someone to take away her grandson, which meant that he knew her and her son's situation very well. At this age, Princess Haeong did not have the drive and brashness of a young person. She would care about her family and her weakness. Therefore, at least for Princess Haeong, she felt relieved that Prince Rue was demoted to a commoner because of that. After all, if Li Hongming did not have a bad idea, others would not have schemed against him. Well, Princess Haeong could only comfort herself in this way. The child had been lost for a few months, but other than that, there was nothing else. This matter was over. That side was finished. Because Prince Rue had fallen from power, another storm had just begun. Prince Rue was demoted to a commoner. Although the prince's mansion was not taken back, it certainly could not be regulated as a prince anymore. First of all, 2/3 of the prince's mansion was removed. Of course, it was only separated by a wall and left empty. Then many things were moved out. What could be used by a prince certainly could not be used by a commoner. However, although Princess Lu lost her status as a princess, her two daughters were not deprived of their titles and still enjoyed the treatment of a commandery princess. Therefore, to some extent, the former Prince Rue's mansion actually had to live on the salary of the two commandery princess. This was a great irony for Li Hongming. Of course, the former Princess Lu still had her family after all, so she would not be very miserable. After this happened, no one was happier than Prince Kong. These days, he was in a state of excitement. It seemed that without Li Hongming, the biggest threat, the throne was definitely in his bag. He was glowing, high-spirited, and walked with the wind. It seemed that he was afraid that others did not know how proud he was. It was not that no one reminded Prince Kong to restrain himself, but he was so happy that he could not restrain himself at all. Of course, some people who used to be his subordinates also became arrogant. Some courtiers who used to be Li Hongming's subordinates also became restless. However, at this time, they wanted to rely on Prince Kong. Of course, Prince Kong had to pretend to be pretentious. However, it was obvious that he would not refuse it all the time. After all, as long as he did not sit on the throne, he could not give up the support of his courtiers. Even if he wanted to settle accounts with them, he could only wait until he ascended the throne. In addition, other princes who were crowned as princes were also secretly working. They tried their best to rope in people, which made them gain some benefits. As for whether they really wanted to rely on Prince Kong or planned to take it slowly, it was hard to say. Chapter 529. Jingwan and Li Hanyuan were still leisurely. However, Jingwan felt that her husband seemed to be a little strange recently. She once wondered if she had lost her attraction to him because someone had abstained from sex. Jingwan was not joking. From the beginning of their marriage, she had a deep understanding of someone's ability in a certain aspect. Outside of her simple life, he would not indulge in sex every night without restraint. The next time depended mainly on the length of the previous ceremony. It was possible for him to have sex for 2 consecutive nights, but it was relatively rare for him to have sex for 3 consecutive nights. The longest interval was 4 or 5 days. This kind of situation was more common in the Northwest. Because he was busy, he would not indulge himself every time. However, it was different this time. It had been more than 10 days. Was he very busy? Not at all. It could be said that because he had dealt with Li Hongming, he had fewer things to do. However, it did not seem to be true that she was no longer attractive to him. When it was time to be clingy, he was clingy. When it was time to be intimate, he was still clingy. When it was time to be intimate, he was still clingy. Except for the lack of close physical contact, everything was normal. There was no little fairy. Jingwan felt strange in her heart. Then, she paid a little attention. It was not that he did not have any desire for her. It was just that he did not overdo it every time. It was not even to the extent before their marriage. Sometimes, when she saw his dark eyes, he wanted to swallow her alive. However, in the end, he endured it. From this point of view, there was no problem. Jingwan held her chin with one hand and tapped her face with her fingers. What was going on now? Jingwan's not very strong curiosity was aroused, although a large part of it was because she was idle and the other party was her husband, so she could ask for confirmation unscrupulously. Therefore, Jingwan began to court death. From time to time, she would tease the living king of hell. She even took out the birthday gift she gave him last year again. The living king of hell was never Lu Xiaohui. He caught Jingwan and taught her a lesson. However, he still did not teach her a lesson. In the end, he clasped Jingwan's waist, held her tightly in his arms, and pinched her chin. "Wan Wan, are you lonely?" Jingwan's clothes were half undone. Her breath had not calmed down, and the corners of her eyes were obviously red. Hearing this, she squinted at Li Hongyuan. However, her current appearance was really not lethal. Instead, it made the man, who had just vented his desire, restless again. Li Hongyuan kissed Jingwan's lips. Then, he picked up Jingwan and prepared to take a bath. And it seemed that he was ready for a truce again. In this way, Jingwan was more and more confused about what this person was up to. However, because she could not get an answer, Jingwan became more and more courageous. She continued to court death in various ways, such as stewing soup for the living king of hell. Li Hongyuan's evil desire was already strong enough. Sometimes, he really wanted to directly strip people and give them a good spanking. However, Jingwan occasionally played tricks with a happy smile. Although Li Hongyuan was in a bad mood, he was actually in a good mood. As for being repeatedly asked what he wanted to do, Li Hongyuan was actually still hesitating about what he wanted to do. This was very rare for him, but he still persisted. Well, in fact, this kind of persistence was very uncomfortable. In the end, he chose to listen to the arrangement of fate this time. As for what he wanted, what he did not want, what he wanted, and what he did not want, he did not have an answer to these questions, because he had never thought about it properly. In his opinion, it was not necessary. Li Hongyuan did not have much self-control in front of Jingwan. However, when he really wanted to do something, this man's self-control was absolutely strong. Therefore, every time Jingwan courted death and was beaten up badly, she still did not achieve her goal in the end. After playing enough, Jingwan also stopped. In any case, she would know what her husband wanted to do. It was just a matter of time. This was not the first time. Jingwan resumed her daily life of planting flowers, painting, and raising pets. She was still as intimate with Li Hongyuan as before, but she would no longer deliberately tease him. To Li Hongyuan, this meant that he had lost a lot of interest. It must be known that being able to wait for his wife to take the initiative for once was not an easy thing to do. It was not easy for her to become a little vixen for once, and now she had become the Luo princess consort. Outside, there were open struggles and veiled struggles, and Li Hongyuan had not left the gates of the Wangfu for a long time. Those people who still thought that Li Hongyuan was a good-for-nothing naturally did not have any objections. After all, he was a big killing machine. For some people, it was really good that he did not appear. However, for those who secretly served him, it was a different matter. It was like a group of officials who were mentally and physically exhausted, but the one they served was an incapable monarch who indulged in pleasure and did not want to be too tired. Probably because they had been isolated from the outside world for too long, some people began to protest. It was not good for others to come to Jinwang Fu, but Jingwan's sister-in-law was completely fine. Sun Yijia came with some tactful greetings from the head of the Luo family. Sun Yijia was now pregnant. Because it was her second child, the situation of this child was also very good. Therefore, she was not as cautious as the first child. Moreover, Sun Yijia was now more casual than ever. Those etiquette and rules that were embedded in her bones seemed to be dissipating little by little. At least, she was no longer as rigid and orderly as a textbook. Jingwan saw that Sun Yijia was walking rather quickly, and she seemed to be in a hurry. The servants behind her were all trembling in fear, as if they were afraid that Sun Yijia would fall if she wasn't careful. Okay, the roads of this Wang Fu are flat and will not be slippery. How could I fall? Sun Yijia waved her hand at the person who was waiting on her and did not bother with the formalities. She directly sat down. The change that the living environment had on a person was indeed very big. The Sun Yijia that they first met, who would have thought that she would become like this today? However, it did not feel bad at all. Why did sister-in-law think of coming to the Wang Fu? Jingwan pushed the drink that was specially prepared for Sun Yijia on the table. Sun Yijia was not polite and took a sip. The weather was hot. After being pregnant, the body temperature was naturally higher. Isn't it because you've been hiding in the Wang Fu for too long? The people at home are all worried, so I came to take a look. Jingwan was speechless. It's just that the weather is getting hotter, and we don't want to go out. What is there to be worried about? I'm not worried, but grandfather and grandmother are. Sun Yijia looked at Jingwan and said, especially grandfather Ah. Recently, there have been a lot of things. In my eyes, he is definitely a cultured person. Recently, he seems to be a bit irritable Ah. All right, Jingwan understood. You guys should try to persuade grandfather not to work too hard. Until now, there's been no news. It seems that he will not go to the summer palace in Chengde again this year. I will go back to take a look on the 6th of June. Sun Yijia nodded. Little sister Wan, what do you do all day long if you don't go out? Cultivate my body and mind. Jingwan took a sip of the special flower tea. Sun Yijia was slightly surprised. She suspected that Jingwan did not understand what she meant. Little sister Wan, are you sure? I'm sure. Jingwan looked at her and smiled. Taking care of the flowers and plants with the prince, painting some pictures, drinking tea, reading books, and occasionally playing a game of chess. I don't drink wine, wake up early and go to bed early. I do morning exercises every day. These are not cultivating my body and mind. That's really rare. Wasn't it rare that the king of hell was so obedient? A certain someone was really unbelievably obedient recently. The 6th of June was Aunt's Day. Bringing back a married daughter should be an auspicious day to dispel disaster and resolve resentment. Since the 5th of May, it could be said that she had been holed up in the Wang Fu for a full month. Although there was a custom for married daughters to return to their maternal home on the 6th of June, it was not always followed. For example, if Jinxin Wang Fei returned to her maternal home, then the daughters-in-law of the Luo family would not return. But the other married daughters of the Luo family would definitely return. The frequency of Jingwan returning to her maternal home was not high. But among the Wang Fei, she was definitely the most. And every time, Jin Xinhuang would be there. Therefore, the Luo family was very familiar with the matter of receiving Jin Xinhuang. They would do what they usually did. Receiving Jin Xinhuang was not a difficult matter. It was not much different from receiving other sons-in-law. On this point, the king of hell was not the king of hell at all. He was too close to the people. The minister of personnel specially stayed at home. He needed to have a good chat with Jin Xinhuang. He was already so old. It was not good to continue being so irritable. Fortunately, this fatuous ruler also had times when he was not fatuous. With just a few words, he appeased the minister of personnel. Obviously, because Sun Yijia brought back Jingwan's daily life, old Madame Luo could not help but say a few words of concern. Jingwan was more specific. After all, old Madame Luo was an elder. She did not need to be as vague as Sun Yijia when she asked about her grandson-in-law. After old Madame Luo heard it, she did not seem to feel that there was anything wrong and put it aside. Obviously, Jingwan did not say the most important part. Calculating the time, it had been more than 20 days. However, Jingwan felt that it should be about time. What a certain person wanted to do, the answer would be revealed soon. In reality, it was just as Jingwan thought. On the 11th of June, when Jingwan wanted to tidy up and go to bed, she was bitten by her own husband. From head to toe, from inside to outside. For the entire month, Jingwan had already prepared herself to be paralyzed in bed for the whole day tomorrow. However, in reality, it was once again unexpected. A certain person was done in one time, although the time this time was a bit longer. Jingwan turned around. Because of the vigorous exercise, her body was drenched in sweat. She looked at a certain person with his eyes closed. Moreover, from the places where their bodies touched, she could tell that he was very energetic. Jingwan got closer. She reached out and put her hand on his shoulder, rubbing the tip of her nose against his. Yuan. After the passion, her voice was still a bit hoarse. Li Hongyuan opened his eyes. It was as if there was a ball of fire burning in his eyes. Wan, don't seduce me. How could Jingwan not feel his forbearance? Her slender, jade-like hands stroked his body gently. Why are you enduring it? Li Hongyuan almost turned into a wolf, but at the last moment he restrained himself. He grabbed Jingwan's hand and moved his body to prevent the most sensitive part of his body from touching Jingwan's body. In this way, after waiting for more than an hour, Li Hongyuan directly asked someone to prepare water and carried Jingwan to the bathroom to take a bath. Jingwan still didn't know what this man wanted to do, so even if she was a little sleepy, she didn't fall asleep. Tonight, she must find out the reason why a certain person was acting strangely. Before Jingwan could open her mouth to ask, she noticed something. Her heart suddenly jumped, and she suddenly thought of a possibility. Yuan, you didn't dissolve the medicine in the water? Looking at Li Hongyuan, her eyes flashed slightly. Li Hongyuan lowered his head and looked at her for a moment. Then, as if nothing had happened, he looked away. Didn't you say before that you have to raise at least one child? Tonight, it's up to luck. Jingwan was very surprised. This matter was really too sudden. She thought that the topic of children would really have to wait until after everything had been settled. Perhaps at that time, there would still be some discussion. Now, then the previous month was because he had been using contraceptive pills. Although this pill won't harm the body, Gongzhou wasn't sure if it would affect the child, so he stopped for a month. Li Hongyuan caressed Jingwan's back from time to time. So that was the case. However, if he could endure for a month, did it mean that he wasn't as against children as she thought? Why are you suddenly thinking of having children? You didn't even mention it before. Jingwan used her finger to draw circles on his body. I told you before that we were husband and wife for one night in our previous life. That night, we had a child. Jingwan paused and sat up a little. Looking straight at Li Hongyuan, she asked, Is it tonight? Li Hongyuan nodded slightly and didn't say anything. In fact, Jingwan had always been curious about the child, but because she felt that a certain someone didn't like it, she held back and didn't mention it. Was he now thinking of having that child at this time? But he obviously didn't like it. Moreover, even if it's at the same time, it might not be the same child. There are many factors involved. The simplest one is that the physical condition of the me in your previous life and the current me is definitely different. I know. Wan, you don't have to explain too much. The same person raised in different environments will be two completely different people. I don't want to have a son that is exactly the same. Jingwan looked at him with a complicated expression. Since that was the case, why did he choose to have it tonight? In fact, from what he had said before, it could be seen that he attributed part of his own death to that child. Because of this, he really did not like that child. However, he had given birth to that child and had personally raised him for a long time, so he did not hate that child. This was probably a complicated emotion that he could not control. Her husband had never believed in fate, but he couldn't be at ease as long as she didn't pass the trial of life and death. From his point of view, he obviously cared about fate very much. What a contradiction. Was it just because she had Luo Jingwan? Yuan, if I get pregnant, just like in your previous life, then wasn't he worried that she would be the same in the future? Wan Wan. Li Hanyuan looked at her. His eyes were as deep as a pool that could swallow everything. He seemed to understand her unfinished words in an instant and interrupted her in a rather serious tone. At the same time, if I allow it, it can happen again. If I don't allow it, it can never happen again. https:///11/11807/142444042. Chapter 530. Because he did not know whether she was pregnant or not. After that, the living king of hell entered the period of abstinence. Jingwan knew the reason and definitely would not go to provoke him again. This desire had been bred, and if it was not resolved, it would inevitably be very uncomfortable. Although it was not that there was no solution, Jin Wang obviously did not like it too much. Li Honyuan did not want to look for himself to suffer, so he also consciously restrained himself. As a result, between the two people, there was a very refreshing period of time. This pattern made the people who served them quite puzzled. For a time, they wondered if there was any problem between the two masters. But looking at their interactions during the day, it seemed that it was not the case. According to Gong Jio's medical skills, he would be able to feel the pregnancy pulse in about half a month. However, before that, Jingwan almost had a result. Because her body was good, her period had always been very accurate. It was a cycle of 30 days, and there was basically no change. And this time, it was almost the ovulation period, so the probability of pregnancy was actually quite high. Li Honyuan hugged Jingwan, his palm covering Jingwan's lower abdomen, gently stroking it. His expression was slightly unpredictable. It's been 3 days. Maybe it really is that little bastard. Give him a little chance, and he will come to this world. Regarding Jingwan's physical condition, as a qualified husband, he naturally knew it like the back of his hand. Jingwan turned her head to the back and looked at his impeccable side profile. She reached out and touched his chin. It's only been 3 days. Since you and I have been married until now, has it ever been more than 3 days? Yuan, you have to know that a person's mood will actually affect the body. So, maybe it's because I have some expectations that it will affect the body's condition. In fact, in Jingwan's opinion, there was a high chance that she was pregnant. She was happy, nervous, and uncertain. This uncertainty naturally came from a man behind her. By the time the child was born, she would be 18 years old. Giving birth should not be a problem. Moreover, because it was the person she loved, even if she had to suffer, she was willing to give birth to a child for him. However, a certain someone did not tell her in advance. It was a little sudden. Half a month's time did not seem to be enough to mentally prepare her. After all, once the child was born, it was not enough to feed him. Well, since she was in the royal family, she probably did not need to worry about education. So after thinking about it, she was still uncertain about this man's attitude towards the child. Wan, are you looking forward to it? Li Hongyuan's hand paused, and his voice sounded a little uncertain. Because it's Yuan's. It's our collective crystallization, the continuation of our lives. That's why we're looking forward to it. I'll be fine. You'll also like our child, right? Jingwan rubbed his chin. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you, Wan. He probably would not like someone who surprised his wife in this life. Jingwan was helpless. In a feudal dynasty, this man's thoughts were probably unique. Then, if it's really here, at least don't reject it and don't hate it. Okay? Li Honyuan did not comment and did not respond. Ask Gong Jio to take your pulse tomorrow. Okay. It was good to be able to confirm it earlier. Yuan, can you tell me about the child now? Li Honyuan lowered his head and glanced at her. Then, he said casually, there's nothing to say, but no matter what, it's your blood. Its temperament is quite similar to yours. It's also outstanding enough. That should be because your officials put in a lot of effort. Whether a person was outstanding or not, there were innate factors, but nurture was more important. Li Honyuan suddenly fell silent. It felt a little gloomy. The speed at which he changed his expression was unparalleled. Jingwan didn't know what she had done to provoke him. What's wrong? That little bastard does have a lot of teachers. Do you know who his grand tutor is? From his expression, she knew that it was definitely someone who was in his minefield. It was either Qin Jingmin or Sun Yilin. And these two people, as long as there was no problem, in a few years, their knowledge was enough to take on the heavy responsibility of grand tutor. However, the possibility of Sun Yilin should be higher, because from what she learned, she had never interacted with Sun Yilin. No matter who it is, the most important credit is still Yuan. Jingwan turned around, hugged his waist, and rubbed against him coquettishly. Li Hanyuan laughed mockingly, but did not say anything. Jingwan's heart was wide open. This man was really sick at the slightest disagreement. Her heart was tired. However, Jingwan had a protective talisman now. Even if a certain someone didn't like the child, he would still care about her health. So, in the next 9 months, she might be able to make a comeback and be the master of the family for once. She could ride roughshod over certain someone. Jingwan touched her belly. In fact, she also liked the child in her belly. It was very unlikely that it was the one in her husband's previous life. Moreover, there was no way to verify it. It was quite a pity about this. The next day, Li Hanyuan directly sent someone to call Gong Jiu. In fact, Gong Jiu already had a guess about Jingwan's situation. Although she still had a straight face, she could not suppress her happiness. No matter what Li Hanyuan thought, in other people's eyes, a child was the foundation of a woman's life. This had never changed. With a child, their princess would be better. Gong Jiu had always been in a good mood, but the moment his fingers touched Jingwan's wrist for a moment, his eyes flashed. "Your Highness, please change your hand." Since Gong Jiu came into the light, he focused on studying medicine. His medical skills had become more and more refined. There was basically no situation that could make him feel the pulse of both hands. So, needless to say, some things were basically confirmed. "Congratulations to Your Highness, Your Highness, Your Highness. Your Highness is pregnant for more than half a month. Although it is still early, there is no doubt. https:///11/11807/142444043. Mobile edition. Chapter 531. Jingwan gently hooked up the corners of her mouth, and the people around her were all overjoyed. If it wasn't for the rules, they probably would have jumped up. Because they didn't understand the specific situation, they didn't show it on the surface, but they were extremely anxious for their Wang Fei. Fortunately, during this period, there was no one else around Li Hanyuan, so they could not show it, but their hearts were always hanging. Now, at this moment, their little hearts finally landed on the ground. Even if this child was a girl, it didn't matter. As long as it could be born, according to the degree of love between Wang Ye and Wang Fei, a young Junju and a young Wang Ye would definitely be indispensable. Jingwan glanced at her own lord husband. There really wasn't the slightest bit of joy of becoming a father. Even Gong Jiu, who was born as a shadow guard, had a trace of joy in his eyes, happy for master. Gong Jiu's heart was actually relieved because that contraceptive pill had always been concocted by him. Other people didn't know. Wang Ye didn't want an heir, and he couldn't ask the reason. To some extent, the pressure wasn't small, and master hadn't taken medicine from him for a while. When Gong Jiu realized it, he had a lot of expectations, but he didn't expect it to come so quickly. Gong Jiu vaguely glanced at his master. Sure enough, on the matter of having a child, master wasn't the least bit enthusiastic. Others were worried to death, but he didn't care if he had an heir or not. That's right, the consensus of these people in Jin Wangfu was that the reason why their Wangfu didn't have a young master wasn't because of Wang Fei, but because of Wang Ye. Of course, it didn't refer to the body, but the mentality. Men who married early. It wasn't that there weren't any fathers at the age of 14 or 15, but at the age of 25, if they still didn't have any children, it was estimated that the whole family would be in a hurry. Those who had the ability, they could carry a pile of concubines into the house. Those who didn't have the ability, the one who would suffer would probably be their wives. As the saying goes, there are 3 ways to be unfilial, but Jin Wangfu was essentially an unfilial son. While Jingwan was helpless, she was also quite happy. To be able to meet this kind of man who put his wife first and put his children aside, it was definitely the luckiest thing for a woman, especially in the current situation. However, Jingwan looked at Li Honyuan. Although she didn't look happy, she didn't show any negative emotions. This was probably the best result. She couldn't ask for more. If there's anything they need to pay attention to, you can tell them clearly, no matter how big or small, Li Honyuan said indifferently. Yes. Gong Jiu responded and then left respectfully. At this time, the servants also noticed Li Hongyuan's abnormality. The prince did not seem like he had been without an heir for many years. Now, he finally had the attitude of someone who had a child. If it was a normal day, it would not be a big deal to see him like this. But now, it seemed that he was definitely unhappy. His initial joy was immediately discounted, and he began to feel uneasy. Jingwan saw that they were obviously frightened. To serve the king of hell, it was really pitiful. Jingwan waved her hand and let them all withdraw. As for how long it would take for their little hearts to return to normal, it was hard to say. After all, there were many things that Jingwan couldn't explain to them. Once again, only the husband and wife were left in the room. Jingwan turned towards Li Honyuan. Li Honyuan hurriedly supported her. His movements were gentler than usual as he took her into his arms. He frowned and said, "You're not alone now. Be careful." How can it be so exaggerated? Jingwan didn't know how big a 2-week-old fetus was. According to the last menstrual cycle in her previous life, it was actually 4 weeks old. But she was sure that it wasn't even half a grain of rice. She didn't do anything. Relax, it's okay. Relax? Li Honyuan estimated that he wouldn't be able to relax until she gave birth safely. Once again, he put his hand on Jingwan's lower abdomen. As expected, we shouldn't have had it. Why don't we just get rid of it? Jingwan gently patted him and glared at him. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm worried that you will suffer. Li Honyuan rested his chin on Jingwan's head. Because it's you, I'm willing. Jingwan was very happy and blessed to be cherished so much by the person she loved. To be honest, this was something that Jingwan didn't even dare to think about. She reached up and hooked Li Hongyuan's neck. She rubbed it up and down as if she was comforting him, but also as if she was just enjoying this kind of intimacy. After all, it's rare to have a difficult delivery like Ying Xuan. When you're nurturing the fetus, be careful and prepare the best doctor and midwife in advance. Trust me, nothing will happen. Li Honyuan didn't say anything. He just hugged Jingwan quietly. After a while, Jingwan sat up straight. She narrowed her eyes and looked at Li Honyuan with a little mischievousness. "Ah, Yuan, you're worried about me. Also, I won't be able to serve you for a few months. Are you unhappy?" Li Honyuan gave her a light smack on her, but, "Behave yourself. I can't deal with you now. I'll put it all on your tab. When the time comes, do you want to settle it all at once or separately?" Wan, you better think carefully. Jingwan, who had wanted to take the opportunity to be arrogant, immediately wilted. For the sake of her own life, she should forget about it. Originally, because of the little bastard in Jingwan's belly, Li Honyuan had already been wronged. In the future, he would be wrong for a long time. And in the future, whether it was a boy or a girl, there was a high chance that they would snatch her from him. At least when the child was young and didn't know anything, his wife would most likely be on the child's side. The more he thought about it, the darker his face became. Was he looking for trouble for himself? He, Li Honyuan, also had a time when he did such a stupid thing. Li Honyuan stroked Jingwan's belly a little harder. On the other hand, Jingwan did not feel anything. However, when she saw the expression on someone's face, Jingwan sighed at her heart. From this moment on, she was destined to not be a qualified mother. If she gave too much time to her child, then her child was destined to not be able to gain the love of his father. As a proud son of God, he might even lead a miserable life. Jingwan's hand covered Li Hongyuan's hand and lit 32 candles for the little thing that couldn't be any smaller. She silently apologized. In the future, she could only try her best to make time. After all, the child's father was going to be the emperor. When he was going to be the emperor, no matter how much work he did, he definitely had to make time every day to be busy with official business. Jingwan touched Li Hongyuan's cheek and smiled softly. The child is only a part of our life. But no matter what, in my heart, at all times, you are the most important. Jingwan decided to smooth his hair first. Of course, her words were not mixed with any exaggeration. Li Hongyuan was probably really pleased, and his face eased a little. Jingwan nestled in his arms again. Grandmother and the others have been looking forward to it. Should we tell them now, or wait until the baby is stable? There was no doubt that although Jingwan had told grandmother and the others about the child, even if they understood, it didn't mean that they weren't worried at all. It's a little early now. There's no need to wait until the baby is stable. There's no reason for our child to have a problem. But let's wait for another half a month. At least it'll be clearer. Well, I'll listen to you. The couple was warm here, but the others were not so happy. On one hand, they were happy, but on the other hand, they were conflicted. Of course, there are also people like Gong Jiu and Gong Mama. They were purely happy because they were very clear about the importance of Wang Fei to Wang Ye. Worrying about Wang Fei was completely superfluous. Gong Mama had actually learned how to take care of pregnant women, but what she learned before was only theoretical knowledge. There was no real practice, so she had to understand as much as possible. Naturally, she would not let Gong Jiu go. It was true that Gong Jiu's medical skills were good, but in the field of gynecology, he was still not as good as those who specialized in it. But now, for Wang Fei and the little master, he would definitely study it carefully. When Jingwan gave birth, maybe another gynecologist would be born. Without the master's order, the people below would certainly not dare to spread it. However, the people closest to Jingwan could still be told. For example, the few servant girls who had been married off would definitely be happy for Jingwan. As long as they were conflicted, they would temporarily put it aside and do their best for Wang Fei. Therefore, when outsiders still didn't know, the entire Jin Wangfu had already revolved around Jingwan. Although, most of the servants still didn't know the specific situation. https:///11/11807/14363147. Chapter 532. However, although Bai Xiao was busy, she did not wander around in front of Jingwan, because she knew that if her Wang Fei saw her, she would definitely be ordered to go back and nurture the fetus. Bai Xiao and He may have followed their father through the mountains and forests since childhood. Later on, their family changed and the journey was hard. Later on, she was brought back by Li Hongyuan to be nurtured. It was only when she reached Jingwan's side that she had a lot of free time. However, Bai Xiao's nature was one that could not stop. She worked herself into a life of toil. When she was bored, she did not feel bored. Even when she was pregnant, it was still the same. However, her condition had always been good. It was probably because of this that bodyguard Xian did not complain to Jingwan. Jingwan entered the nurturing mode. In fact, it started from that night when she was completely unsure whether she would be pregnant or not. The most obvious point was that Jingwan stopped her morning exercise from that day until the next morning. Now that she was sure that she was pregnant, it was impossible for her to have any large movements. Other than that, Jingwan's daily life did not change. However, in the past, Li Hongyuan did not allow Jingwan to have intimate contact with those furry little fellows. Now, she could not even see them. They were all ordered by Li Hongyuan to be sent to the farmstead. Last year, Li Hongyuan's farmstead opened. In the summer, it became a place for many people to escape the heat and find fun. This year was still open. Following their return, the horse track had long reopened its doors and organized races. It was still popular. After they went to the northwest last year, in order to avoid trouble, the horse track was closed. It was not that no one tried to find another place to race horses, but in the end, it was far from being effective. The other members of the imperial family either did not have enough weight or did not have the courage to take the lead. After tasting the wonderful taste of a large-scale race, that kind of small-scale race was naturally lacking in interest. The original layout of Jin Qinhuang Fu meant that there were relatively few houses. Because there were many flowers and trees, the temperature was relatively low compared to other manors. Moreover, in specific locations, there were flowers and trees that repelled mosquitoes and insects. The fragrance would not affect people. Even if one did not go to the country estate, staying in Jin Qinhuang Fu was still relatively comfortable. However, after a while, Jingwan began to feel helpless again. It was all because a certain someone was too strict with her. She was completely like a fragile object. She couldn't touch the lower plants or bend her waist. She couldn't reach out her hand or stretch her waist for the higher plants. Moreover, there were many plants that she couldn't get close to because she was worried that the fragrance would affect her body. Forget about that. When she was painting, she couldn't exceed 15 minutes. In the first 3 months, the main activity was walking. Because of her good physique, Jingwan set a time of 2 hours, which was divided into several periods. Every time, there would be people around her. Those who didn't know would only think that Jin Qinhuang cared a lot about this piece of meat in his belly. Well, in reality, he cared about her. At this point, Jingwan was still in a good mood and didn't show any strange temper. At most, she would occasionally pull on a certain someone's face to vent her inner depression. A certain someone was completely tolerant and pampered her. Jingwan's current state, other than the fact that she probably hadn't reached the stage where her body would show various symptoms, the fact that Li Honyuan accompanied her almost all day should also be a large factor. In this way, more than half a month passed. Li Honyuan directly had people invite the imperial physician. In fact, it was through the imperial physician that he conveyed this message to a certain person. The imperial physician who took Jingwan's pulse popped out these good words as if they didn't cost money. After all, in the imperial physician's view, Jin Qinhuang's marriage was difficult a few years ago, and he finally married a Wang Fei. After a long time, she wasn't pregnant, so his heart must be unhappy. Now that Jin Qinhuang's Wang Fei was finally pregnant, Jin Qinhuang didn't know how happy he would be. And, as the person who diagnosed the slippery pulse, how could this reward be small? However, when he belatedly realized that Jin Qinhuang wasn't that excited, he was a few beats slower to remember that Jin Qinhuang Fu had a food doctor with excellent medical skills. How could he not know? The initial excitement must have already passed. Then he thought that he could obviously go to the emperor to ask for a reward. The emperor was looking forward to Jin Qinhuang's heir, similarly looking forward to the stars and the moon. However, Jin Qinhuang Fu was rich and overbearing and still gave the imperial physician a large reward. The imperial physician was a high-risk profession, but encountering this kind of good thing was also the envy of many people. Thus, the news of Jin Qinhuang's Wang Fei's pregnancy was like a spring caressing the earth. In a very short period of time, the common people of the capital knew. If it was said that they didn't pay attention before, then at this time, they discovered that they seemed to be looking forward to Jin Qinhuang's child. Not to mention other things, just based on Jin Qinhuang's appearance, if the child took after him, not to mention a boy if it was a girl who knew how beautiful it would be. Of course, this was only the thought of those who had seen Jin Qinhuang. After the imperial physician's diagnosis, Jin Qinhuang Fu had already sent someone to Luo Jia to report. Although Luo Jia had always been looking forward to Jingwan's stomach having good news, when they received the good news, they were still quite surprised. However, after that moment, almost everyone was beaming with joy, especially old Madame Luo. Originally, at her age, it was rare for her to show her emotions on her face, but now the smile on her face couldn't be suppressed. Without needing old Madame Luo's order, the mama beside her quickly went to prepare things. It seemed that old Madame would definitely make a trip herself. At this time, old Madame Luo basically couldn't sit still. She paced back and forth in the room, occasionally giving orders to prepare something. The womenfolk of the other branches all rushed over as soon as they received the news. After seeing old Madame Luo's state, they looked at each other and once again recognized Jingwan's position in old Madame's heart. It should be known that when Luo Jia's granddaughters-in-law were pregnant, whether it was the first child or the second child, or whether it was the first child of the fourth generation, old Madam was always calm and collected. There was joy, but it was far from being like this. These daughters-in-law of Luo Jia had a good mentality and were not jealous. Seeing that old Madam Luo acted as if she didn't see them and ordered people to prepare something, son Yijia smiled and stepped forward. Grandmother, what doesn't Jinqin Wangfu have? It's enough to prepare a set of necessary things. We should go to the Wangfu early to see Wangfei. Wangfei is the first child, and there are no elders in the Wangfu. Maybe Wangfei is nervous and uneasy. Right. Old Madame Luo patted her forehead. Jingwa's daughter-in-law is right. I was so happy that I became muddle-headed. Thus, not long after, under old Madame Luo's lead, the Luo family took several carriages to Jinqin Wangfu. At this time, there was no need to avoid taboo. At this time, if there were still people who made irresponsible remarks or suspected something, then it really couldn't be justified. Under the situation where the Wangfu was not doing anything, it was the first time that so many womenfolk of the Luo family went to the Wangfu's door. When they saw Jingwan, Li Hanyuan was also there. After they greeted each other, Li Hanyuan and old Madame Luo chatted for a bit and then left. In the end, he was a grown man. How could he stay here for so long? Then, Jingwan was about to get up when old Madame Luo hurriedly stepped forward. What are you getting up for? Quickly sit down. Looking at her grandmother, who also treated her as a fragile object, Jingwan sat down obediently. Otherwise, who knew what grandmother would nag her about? It must be known that these days, a certain man also had a black face because of some of her unintentional actions. He was almost becoming a black face god. Jingwan naturally learned to be obedient. When it came to her husband and grandmother, at certain times, grandmother's lethality would definitely rise in a straight line. Things that could be muddled through by acting spoiled in front of her husband, grandmother would slap you back. Old Madame Luo sat next to Jingwan and carefully looked at her. Seeing that there was no difference from before, she was relieved. Then, she asked about Jingwan's situation in detail, from her physical condition to her diet, and even asked about Li Hongyuan's attitude and so on. Jingwan was very patient about the first part, but for the last part, Jingwan could only tell her grandmother about it. The problem was that there were so many people now. Jingwan's skin had become thicker now, but she still felt awkward. Grandmother, everyone knows how His Highness treats Her Highness. Now that Her Highness is pregnant with His Highness's child, His Highness will be very happy. He will definitely treat Her Highness even better. Sun Yijia smiled as she arranged the flowers. At the same time, she winked at Jingwan when no one else could see. The bad thing about having elders around was that they couldn't speak as they pleased. So-called best friends meant that they could share everything that they couldn't say to their elders and husbands, regardless of whether it was good or bad. Jingwan also smiled back at Sun Yijia. Old Madame Luo also realized that her words were indeed a little inappropriate. I'm so confused. Grandmother, you were just too happy. After that, the topic became more casual and no longer revolved around Jingwan. However, because there were no young girls, they talked about parenting. From grandmother old Madame Luo to eldest Aunt Wang to sister-in-law Sun Yijia, they all had their own ideas. Of course, there were also those who had no right to speak, such as third Aunt Lu. After all, it was indeed inappropriate for her to say anything about raising a daughter like Luo Jingying. She could only listen quietly at the side. However, when she thought of Luo Jingying, Mrs. Lu's expression became more or less gloomy. She was pregnant 3 years ago, but in the end, she ended up like that. Now, she was a little better than before, but she was only 17 years old and she didn't have much vitality. It was as if she had 1 foot in the grave. She didn't know what would happen if she continued like this. There was a meal in the prince's mansion, and the Luo family didn't go back until most of them had left. Under normal circumstances, the maternal family would send a pregnant daughter away at this time. They would send experienced nannies and perhaps young and beautiful maids. It went without saying what they were for. However, When it came to Jingwan's matter, Mrs. Zhang could only stand aside. Everything was decided by old Madame Luo. However, old Madame Luo didn't seem to have thought of this and didn't mention it at all. After returning to the Luo family, Mrs. Zhang struggled for a while and finally decided to talk to her mother-in-law. "What are you doing here?" After half a day of settling down, old Madame Luo had returned to normal. "Mother, I saw that Wan's maids are all dressed up as young girls. We all know Wan's character. Before she got married, she didn't like concubines. But now that Wan is pregnant, how can she serve His Highness? If Wan is stubborn and refuses to give face to her maids, won't she be hostile to His Highness? So what do you want to do?" Old Madame Luo said coldly. Mrs. Zhang noticed that something was wrong with old Madame Luo, but she didn't know the details, so she could only bite the bullet. "Should we send 1 or 2 people directly to Wan? Then wait for your daughter to hate you for the rest of her life." Old Madame Luo was angry. This daughter-in-law still didn't make any progress. "Just take care of your husband. Don't worry about anything else." Mrs. Zhang felt wronged. She knew that her daughter didn't like it, but she couldn't be estranged from her husband just because she didn't like it. The husband and wife had to spend the rest of their lives together. Was Mrs. Zhang's idea wrong? In fact, it was not wrong. 9 out of 10 mothers had the same idea. From this point of view, old Madame Luo still understood her. However, the more it was like this, the more it could only prove that Mrs. Zhang wasn't close to her daughter. Because they weren't close, she didn't know anything about the situation. Under normal circumstances, after the husband promised to be together for the rest of his life, wouldn't the first person he shared with after returning to the maternal family be his own mother? However, Mrs. Zhang didn't know anything about Jingwan, so she came up with a bad idea at this time. Jingwan and Mrs. Zhang weren't close, and old Madame Luo never thought that it was Jingwan's fault. "Okay, go back and do what you need to do. Don't think too much. Just wait for your grandson or granddaughter in the future," old Madame Luo said, and looked at her a few more times. "Don't make decisions and do stupid things." Mrs. Zhang felt even more wronged. She really didn't think of making decisions. Otherwise, she wouldn't have come to old Madame Luo. "Why are you still here? Are you waiting for me to ask you to stay for dinner?" "Daughter-in-law will take her leave." Mrs. Zhang had to leave. It had to be said that old Madame Luo's attitude towards her was not good. If it didn't involve anything, it would be peaceful. But if it did, Mrs. Zhang would be scolded. Mrs. Zhang was used to it and didn't get angry with old Madame Luo. However, she was still worried about Jingwan. She was afraid that she would be too stubborn and have a conflict with Li Hongyuan. The other party was a prince. If there was a conflict, the family couldn't support her. At night, she went to find her husband, Luo Rongyan. This time, Luo Rongyan climbed up the ranks faster. Originally, it was just an idle position. Now, he was a member of the 5th rank. It could be said that he jumped several times in a row. Although it was still not obvious in the capital, he had entered the circle of officialdom. Luo Rongyan was never a stupid person. Even if he didn't know clearly, as long as he was willing to think about it, he could basically know most of it. In particular, there were many things that Luo Peishan didn't say clearly, but he didn't hide it too strictly. As long as he was careful, there would be clues. "Don't think so much. Our daughter and the prince will be fine. Our daughter has always been opinionated. She knows what she is doing. If you interfere, you may cause trouble for her. You just have to live your life peacefully." "Is there really no problem?" "There is really no problem," Luo Rongyan said with certainty. After he said so, Mrs. Zhang was relieved. In her life, the person she trusted the most was probably Luo Rongyan. Lu Qingdi also gave a big reward that day. Basically, it could be seen that he was very happy. Jingwan's special honor was when Princess Kong was pregnant. Lu Qingdi's first grandchild received a reward, but it was far less than what Jingwan received now. However, there were 2 palace made in the reward, which made people unhappy. https://11/11/11807/143798816. Chapter 533. In such a large Wang Fu, there would certainly be a lot of people, especially Jin Xinhuang, who was somewhat picky. If there were fewer people, they would certainly not be able to meet his requirements. The best job was, of course, to serve the two masters in the main courtyard. However, those who could enter the main courtyard would certainly be the minority of the minority. They would be carefully selected and exceptionally strict. Even if Jingwan's several head maidservants were married, they would have long been supplemented. It would not be easy for others to get their turn. When Jin Xinhuang wandered around the courtyard, he was basically accompanying Wang Fei. At other times, even his shadow could not be seen. How could they meet and hook up? The road to the main courtyard was also blocked. Therefore, even if some people had some ideas, they did not have the conditions to implement them. But the situation now was not the same. Wang Fei was pregnant and could not serve Wang Ya. Moreover, according to Wang Fei's temperament, the possibility of her opening the faces of the people around her was very small. Otherwise, she would have opened the faces long ago. Then their opportunity would come. You say, there were many young ladies of noble families outside. However, other than Wang Fei, their Wang Ye had to be restrained by the title of Wang Fei. Thus, the range of choices was very small. And could the young ladies of ordinary families compare to the delicate skin and tender flesh of their Wang Fu's maidservants? Thus, rather than looking outside, it would be better to choose from within the Fu. Thinking so beautifully, it seemed that she had also thought of all aspects. It seemed that she did not think that Jin Xinhuang would abstain from sexual intercourse. Therefore, after learning that Jingwan was pregnant, in just a short span of 1 or 2 days, the entire Jin Xinhuang Fu became somewhat unstable. It seemed that suddenly, there were many young and beautiful maidservants in the Wang Fu. Originally, it was a hot summer day. Wearing thin clothes, that figure was more and more reflected. Exquisite and exquisite. Stepping on the bottom line to dress themselves up, it was truly a gorgeous display of flowers, allowing many people to feast their eyes. As usual, Jingwan was taking a stroll around the prince's mansion. When she saw this scene, her first reaction was, did the prince's mansion pick people from the farmstead? The servants in the prince's mansion were either from the farmstead or from the imperial household. Princess consort, he didn't. Granny Gong said coldly. It was said that a pregnant woman would be dumb for 3 years, but Jingwan's IQ was still online. She just didn't react before. After all, she was too free and unfettered with her own husband. There were no mistresses or mistresses, so she almost forgot about the existence of these creatures. Thus, she forgot about the duties that a virtuous and virtuous Wang Fei should fulfill. She forgot, but many people would not forget. The most obvious one was Lu Chengdi, even though Jingwan still didn't know that Lu Chengdi had sent 2 palace maids as gifts. Those 2 palace maids that made the living king of hell unhappy had already been dealt with. So what if Lu Chengdi sent them over? The living king of hell still didn't give face. And in Jin Xinhuang Fu, it was only a few people who died. Even if it was brought to Lu Chengdi, it was of no use. Did the living king of hell still need a reason to kill people? And the others would remind her in various ways. Jingwan understood in a flash. It was just that as a wife, being pregnant was already hard. She had to take the initiative to arrange someone to warm her husband's bed, so as to not let her husband feel wronged. She couldn't be angry. She couldn't be jealous. Otherwise, she would be unvirtuous. Nonsense. What the hell were these things? Pregnant people, because of endocrine imbalance, would have emotional changes. Their emotions might be uncontrollable and fluctuating. Jingwan seemed to be a little affected now, her eyes becoming a little gloomy. Granny, go gather all of them. Jingwan suddenly smiled. Granny Gong had served Jingwan for several years and was naturally clear about the changes in her emotions. Thus, at this moment, she clearly felt that there was something wrong with Jingwan. But so what? It was normal for pregnant people to have strange changes. In any case, even if Wang Ye didn't order, they would completely obey Princess Consort. Yes. Thus, in the entire Prince Yu's mansion, all the unmarried women over the age of 13 were gathered. Even the inferior maids were no exception. These people were a little confused at first, but when they saw a princess consort sitting in the pavilion, some of them seemed to spontaneously understand the whole story, and they couldn't help but be excited. However, at the same time, those smart people seemed to be a little uncertain about how to appear in front of princess consort while they were excited. From Wang Ye's point of view, he should like princess consort the most. Otherwise, why would he favor princess consort the most? But now they were facing princess consort. No woman would like someone who looked like her. Based on the current situation, if they wanted to stand in front of Wang Ye, they had to go through princess consort first. Thus, imitating princess consort wouldn't work. Women were born jealous and didn't like women who were prettier than them. So, it was impossible to be prettier than princess consort. Princess consort had always been dignified and elegant, so it was impossible to be enchanting and charming. Wang Ye didn't like those who passed princess consort. Or, well, they didn't have time to think about it, let alone change their makeup. In the past, she didn't pay attention to it. She didn't think that when they all gathered together, the number of people was not small. Jingwan reclined on the couch and propped up her chin with one hand. "Is there anyone from the opera troupe inside?" Replied Princess Consort. "There isn't. The people from the opera troupe and the Fu singers and dancers are all very well behaved and stay in West Yuan. They won't come out easily, and it has been like this for the past 2 days." Those people had already been screened. Those who had that thought had already left Jin Wangfu. Of course, some people had hidden their thoughts deeply, but it was obvious that they wouldn't expose it at this juncture. For Jingwan, this could be considered as a small comfort. Remove the irrelevant people, BA. Jingwan raised her chin at the rows of people. Gong Mama had a pair of sharp eyes, and Jingwan's wet nurse had been in charge of human affairs for a long time, so her eyesight definitely wasn't bad. Together, the two of them went through these people once. In the end, whether they had any strange thoughts, they could basically see it. This wasn't just based on clothing. After all, some women naturally love to dress up and wanted to be beautiful at any time. This wasn't wrong. The irrelevant people, they should do what they should do. As for the rest, there was only about 30% left. Jingwan sat up straighter. At a glance, each and every one of them was really as tender as spring onions. In the past, how could she not notice that there were so many beauties hidden in the Wangfu? Sure enough, Jin Qinwang liked beauties, so much so that those who could enter Jin Qinwang Fu had to look at their appearance. "Come one by one, walk around here. First, let Ben Wangfei take a look at your manners. Then we'll talk about it again." The group of beautiful servant girls looked at each other in dismay. But since Wangfei had spoken, they had no choice but to do as she said. Ancient costume show, and although it was neither fish nor fowl, but it was still okay to pass the time a little. Walking one round after another, Jingwan didn't call for them to stop, so they could only brace themselves and walk. In this July day, they were directly exposed to the sun. Living in the Wangfu, although they were servants, but they basically didn't do rough work. Their skin and flesh were also pampered. After being exposed to the sun for a long time, there would be some burning discomfort. If they continued to be exposed to the sun, there was an 80 to 90% chance that a layer of skin would peel off. At this moment, they finally knew that Wang Fei was indeed a jealous person, using such a vicious method to punish them. Jingwan looked at their gradually changing expressions, but there was no emotion on her face, not wanting status, all wanting to climb into the male master's bed. For what? The servants of Jin Wangfu. This month's salary should be the highest in the entire Jin Wangfu. The New Year's reward added up. Compared to ordinary families, it's unknown how much better it is. To say, climbing into the bed, to be able to get a status, to become half a master, it's still reasonable. But here in Jin Wangfu, it's clear that there is no status, being slept with for nothing. At most, they could get a bit of money. Wang Fei, without status, can still hope to have an heir. If you're pregnant, the mother will rely on the child's status. Even if there is no status, a child with Wang Ye's bloodline can pull up a large family. Even if their status is still a lowly one, in many people's eyes, they are actually masters. Just like the saying, in front of the Prime Minister's door, there is a 7th rank official, more or less the same principle. When Jingwan heard this, she smiled, but there was no trace of smile in her eyes. These people. Jingwan hadn't finished speaking when she saw a servant girl kneel down in front of her. Wang Fei, these servants know their wrongs, begging you to have mercy. This son is so vicious. If it continues, I'm afraid. Wang Fei, begging you to have mercy. As she spoke, she kowtowed with a pung, pung, pung sound, her forehead showing signs of blood. Jingwan raised an eyebrow. If she was kowtowing, then kowtow. Why did she deliberately lower her collar and stretch out her neck? Also, that appearance that looked like she was about to faint, but still persisted, stubborn and weak. Her forehead and neck formed a sharp contrast. There really was a kind of tyrannical beauty. Wang Fei, Wang Ye is here. The servant girl who served close to her reminded. Jingwan looked over. Sure enough, that peerlessly handsome man strode over. She was wondering, how could someone suddenly put on such a show? This was to paint her in the eyes in front of a certain person. TSK. Jingwan's heart was a little angry at this moment. She didn't want to get up at all. Li Hanyuan directly walked over and sat beside her. He didn't know Jingwan completely, but he had at least 80 to 90%. Moreover, Jingwan didn't even try to hide it. Although she was smiling, it was a fake smile. How could Li Hanyuan not know that she wasn't very happy in her heart right now? He held her hand. It's already past time. Why haven't you gone back? It's hot outside. Wang Ye, have you finished the matters at hand? And it's already finished. That's good. Look, these people all admire Wang Ye and want to be Wang Ye's bed-warming maidservants. Aren't I pregnant? They say it's to solve my problems. Outsiders definitely don't know what Wang Ye likes better than you. If you see someone you like, just take her back. Even if you can't give her a status, I can make the decision to set up a few tables for her. It was Li Hongyuan's first time seeing Jingwan's eccentric appearance. His eyes slid around her belly. Was it because she was pregnant that her temper became strange? Under normal circumstances, Li Hanyuan couldn't help but fiercely teach Jingwan a lesson. Let her know that she couldn't eat carelessly, let alone speak carelessly. Reaching out, he gently hugged Jingwan into his arms and leaned close to her ear. What kind of woman this husband likes? Wanwan knows better than anyone else, right? How much Wanwan owes this husband? This husband remembers it all. When you give birth to this little bastard, this husband will make you pay back the principal and interest. Jingwan bluntly rolled her eyes at him. Li Hanyuan rubbed her cheek with the tip of his nose. Wanwan originally only needed to think about this husband in her heart. But because of this little bastard, Wanwan has already neglected this husband a lot. Now, do you still want to be angry with this husband because of an unrelated person? Li Hanyuan directly raised the end of his words, low and sexy, and his warm breath sprinkled on her ear. In an instant, Jingwan's body went limp. The summer heat, coupled with the high body temperature of a pregnant woman, made her feel even hotter. She seemed to be covered in fine beads of sweat from head to toe. Bastard, after knowing so much. How could he not know that the first 3 months couldn't have intercourse? All right, it wasn't just about intercourse. It was because she couldn't have too much physical pleasure. If her uterus contracted violently, it could cause harm to the child. Jingwan reached out to push him away. Stay away, it's so hot. If it's hot, then go back. Li Hanyuan ignored the other's gazes and directly carried Jingwan up. Jingwan didn't struggle. Whether it was her strange temper or jealousy, she didn't care. She wrapped her arms around his neck and leaned on his shoulder with a clear conscience. Just send these people to the manor. Don't do unnecessary things. Just treat it as praying for the child. If he continued to let them stay in the prince's mansion, he didn't know what kind of trouble they would cause. It was better to send them away. Although they wouldn't cause any trouble, they would more or less annoy him. Muin will handle it. Without any special instructions, Muin stayed until the end. When Li Hanyuan and the others completely disappeared, eunuch Mu, who had no sense of existence before, straightened his back, and his momentum rose sharply. His feminine face was now gloomy and cold, and his eyes were extremely sharp. He looked at these maids who had wild thoughts. Those who met his eyes all shivered. They were really pitiful, as if the most tender twigs were hit by the violent wind and rain and had their leaves and branches broken, instead of pretending to be weak and pitiful. One by one, they couldn't stand it. Their legs went soft, and they knelt on the ground. Eunuch Mu walked to the maid who slandered Jingwan, squatted down, and reached out to clasp the back of her neck. "Bitch, how dare you slander the princess and try to climb up the social ladder?" Eunuch, I didn't. I really didn't. Eunuch, ah. Her begging for mercy turned into a scream in an instant. Eunuch Mu suddenly pressed her head and smashed it hard on the ground. The bang was much louder than that of the maid kowtowing just now. This is kowtowing and admitting your mistake. Do you understand? Eunuch Mu grabbed her hair and smashed her on the ground again and again. Soon, there was a pool of blood on the ground. Eunuch Mu pushed her away and let her lie on the ground. Obviously, she had fainted. It seemed that she might not die. After all, the princess had said not to kill anyone. However, it was hard to say whether she would become a fool or not. Eunuch Mu stood up and slowly wiped his hands with a handkerchief. Send all of them to the villages and other places. https:///11/11/143798919. Chapter 534. The others were shocked by Eunuch Mu's ruthlessness. Even if they were going to be sent away, the words of begging for mercy were stuck in their throats. Because intuition told them that if they opened their mouths at this time, they would definitely not have a good end. They were afraid that they would be more miserable than those who were beaten up by Eunuch Mu, because they were not sensible. Eunuch Mu was satisfied with the cleverness of this group of people, but he still looked at them as if he was looking at a group of dirty things. It seemed that his eyes would be dirty if he looked at them more. Send these people away immediately. Eunuch Mu ordered. There were many people in the prince's mansion, so naturally there were people to do all kinds of things. But as soon as this matter came out, those who still had thoughts in the prince's mansion all stopped. They couldn't climb up the ladder of riches and honor. Instead, they completely lost it. It was really not worth the loss. It should be known that in Prince Jin's mansion, as long as they were obedient, they could live more comfortably than any other mansion in the capital. The monthly salary was also first class. Now that the princess was pregnant, in order to accumulate blessings for the child, they just drove those people out. If there were still people who made trouble, it would not be so simple. This incident wasn't a small one, but it wasn't a big one either. However, there were a lot of people, and they didn't use any special methods to send them away. Someone was bound to notice it. Hence, Jingwan was once again pushed to the heart of the storm after this incident. Jealousy, viciousness, nothing more than these. In Jingwan's case, this was not the first time. After a period of time, it stopped. Even Jingwan herself, after listening to it, there was nothing new. Even if the world knew that Jin Qinhuang loved Jin Qinhuang Fei, it was because he did not want anyone else. But as long as there was no one else by his side, then Jingwan was destined to always bear the name of jealousy. This name, perhaps, would fade after many years. Lu Qingdi also heard some of it. At first, he was very satisfied with Jingwan because she was the only one around Li Hongyuan. But now that Jingwan was pregnant, the most Lu Qingdi could do was to send 2 palace maids. He couldn't do anything more. Moreover, he really couldn't get involved in Li Hongyuan's affairs. He was helpless about this. As a father, he was not willing to admit it, but this was the truth. The matters in the northwest were almost done. There were still some small follow-up matters that could only be done slowly. Lu Qingdi didn't care about those matters anymore. What he cared about was Fu Yunting. However, after Fu Yunting came back, he delegated his power very straightforwardly. Now, he was purely an idler and didn't leave the house easily. Even if Lu Qingdi wanted to find trouble, he couldn't do it. He was originally a person with a good reputation. In this situation, even if he wanted to put a groundless charge on someone who didn't care about his reputation, he probably wouldn't succeed. Therefore, Lu Qingdi could only grit his teeth. In addition, Lu Qingdi had always wanted to see the imperial Gui Fei. Unfortunately, Great Master Liaochen had always avoided meeting him. Previously, he couldn't get away from the war. Now that there was nothing to do, Lu Qingdi felt as uncomfortable as a cat. He sent people to White Dragon Temple again and again. It was obvious that if Great Master Liaochen kept delaying the meeting, Lu Qingdi would flip out sooner or later. Even if Great Master Liaochen was an eminent monk with a reputation all over the world, he wasn't afraid of offending the emperor. Perhaps it wouldn't be difficult for him to escape. However, there were many people in White Dragon Temple, and they weren't like Great Master Liaochen. Therefore, they would have to meet sooner or later. However, the living king of hell had the final say on when to meet. It wasn't that Great Master Liaochen was under Li Hongyuan's control. The main reason was that the living king of hell was too cruel. Great Master Liaochen was merciful and afraid that he would make a big move at the slightest provocation. Therefore, Great Master Liaochen let him do as he pleased on trivial matters. When Lu Qingdi sent people to White Dragon Temple again, Great Master Liaochen finally agreed to come to the capital. Lu Qingdi, who got the news first, was in a state of excitement. Of course, he was also uneasy. After all, he was the one who killed her. Lu Qingdi denied this to the world and couldn't distort the truth in front of the person involved. Great Master Liaochen stayed in the palace for 3 days. Lu Qingdi built a temple especially for him. Speaking of which, although the imperial noble consort lived in Qin Shufei's body and didn't affect her, she was still a spirit. If Great Master Liaochen wanted her to show her physical body, it would be best to do it in the middle of the 7th month, when the yin qi was at its thickest. However, Great Master Liaochen was different. He didn't specially prepare anything and didn't choose the middle of the 7th month. Lu Qingdi was burning with impatience. Great Master Liaochen fulfilled his wish and told Lu Qingdi that any time was fine. This time, Lu Qingdi hesitated. After careful consideration, he decided on a certain night. He even had someone call Li Hongyuan and Jingwan into the palace. Presumably, he was afraid that the imperial noble consort wouldn't see him. If his son was present, the imperial noble consort would have some misgivings. This way, with a good start, the rest would be easier to deal with. It wasn't that Li Hongyuan hadn't seen the imperial noble consort before, but that was when she was dying in her previous life. He didn't pay much attention to her condition then. The last time he met her, she was using Qin Shufei's body. As such, Li Hongyuan was also a little interested in meeting her. In comparison, Jingwan was more interested. She was once recognized as the #1 beauty. When she passed away, she was only in her early 20s. She was in the prime of her life, and her beauty must have been at its peak. https:///11/14399-14399-343. Chapter 535. Master Liaochen's business as a charlatan was undoubtedly brilliant. However, wasn't Taoism more professional? Did Master Liaochen cross over into another profession, or was he developing in many different fields? She didn't know how it would begin or what the process would be. Jingwan sat beside Li Hongyuan and began to daydream. When she thought of the imperial noble consort, she felt an inexplicable sense of nervousness, like an ugly daughter-in-law meeting her parents-in-law. She was thinking too much, but because no one would pay attention to her. Her husband? That didn't matter. He had seen all kinds of things. As a result, Jingwan's expression changed unpredictably. Speaking of which, this was probably a negative attribute that appeared after Jingwan became pregnant. She could do whatever she wanted and naturally didn't have to deliberately control her expression. Li Hongyuan glanced sideways at Jingwan. He had seen Jingwan's new attribute before. He reached out and pinched Jingwan's face, bringing Jingwan back to reality. Jingwan looked at Li Hongyuan in confusion. What's wrong? Jingwan didn't realize it herself, but in Li Hongyuan's eyes, his wife had become dull after becoming pregnant. However, this wasn't too serious. It only appeared occasionally and wouldn't be noticed if one didn't pay attention. However, this small flaw in Li Hongyuan's eyes, was an unexpected attraction. It could be considered as compensation for his grievances. Just as Li Hongyuan was about to speak, a sudden gust of wind blew through the open door. It reminded Jingwan of a certain scene in a novel. However, she didn't feel cold. A cool summer breeze was quite comfortable. However, did this mean that the heavenly beauty was about to appear? Jingwan's gaze turned to Master Liaochen. It seemed that he had been sitting there chanting all this time. Apart from that, he hadn't done anything else. Could it be that just by doing this, he could make the spirit that lived in someone else's body leave the body and manifest itself? That's amazing, my Master Liaochen. Jingwan looked at the door again. Then, suddenly, a blurry figure appeared at the door. Jingwan was shocked and sat up straight subconsciously. Li Hongyuan, who was originally looking at her, also glanced at the door because of her reaction. Then, he changed his posture slightly and looked at the figure at the door that was becoming more and more solid. When it came to ghosts and monsters, most people were afraid. However, the person who appeared now truly looked like a fairy who had walked out from the moonlight. She carried a trace of coldness and was otherworldly. She really didn't look like a mortal. However, perhaps it was because she wasn't a human in the first place. How could such a ghost inspire fear in people? Jingwan discovered that her husband's facial features had really inherited his mother's. It was no wonder that he was recognized as the most handsome man in the capital. The reason why he was only known in the capital was because his activities were basically in the capital. Not many people had seen him. Moreover, as a member of the royal family, ordinary people didn't dare to talk about him casually. Therefore, his good name naturally wouldn't spread widely. Jingwan thought that she had seen many beauties, but at this moment, she seemed to be stunned. Li Hongyuan also looked at the imperial noble consort. However, he didn't have much of a reaction. The only thought in his mind was that the person he saw before he died in his previous life was indeed her. He retracted his gaze and inadvertently looked at Jingwan's face. TSK, his wife was actually stunned by a woman. Even if that woman was his mother, it wouldn't do. He reached out and pinched Jingwan's face again. And this scene happened to fall into the eyes of the imperial noble consort. Seeing how close her son was to her daughter-in-law, she naturally couldn't help but raise a light smile. And with this smile, the cold feeling on her body disappeared without a trace. What was left was a fairy who had been touched by the smoke and fire of the mortal world. The sense of distance reduced, and she was gentle and amiable. Jingwan was disturbed from looking at the beauty, so she was naturally a little unhappy. However, when she saw her husband's face become even darker, she immediately added a comforting smile. Our Ayuan is the most handsome in the world. Li Hongyuan's face became even darker. At the same time, there was a burst of laughter from the side. The husband and wife both looked over. The imperial noble consort, who was at the door just now, was now only 3 steps away. Jingwan was a little embarrassed. There was no other way. This was a real mother-in-law, and a beauty who was so beautiful that she didn't dare to blaspheme. She hurriedly stood up. As a result, Li Hongyuan and the imperial noble consort reached out at almost the same time. One helped her, but the other's hand went through her arm. Slow down. Don't be so impatient. Li Hongyuan frowned slightly. The imperial noble consort looked at her hand, and a flash of sadness appeared on her face. Then she smiled and said, Yuan is right. Wan, you are pregnant now. Slow down a bit. It's for the child and for you. Jingwan's face was a little red. She was ashamed of her weak performance. Yes, Mufei, daughter-in-law, will remember. The imperial noble consort was very happy with how Jingwan addressed her. Li Hongyuan also stood up straight at this moment. Mufei, although the imperial noble consort looked very young, in fact, she was 20 years old, but she had a 25-year-old son. However, Li Hongyuan didn't feel that he couldn't say it. It was just a form of address. Yuan, the imperial noble consort's face seemed to be a little sad. However, perhaps because of her soul, it was far less intense than when she took over Qin Shufei's body. She clearly had deep feelings, but there was no palpitations or tears. For the imperial noble consort, this was also an extreme sadness. The scene fell into silence for a while. https:///11/11807/145505003. Chapter 536. Yes, yes. Lu Qingdi was excited and anxious, careful and timid. Maybe he was a little unhappy that the imperial noble consort looked at her son and daughter-in-law first instead of him. However, this last emotion was not obvious. He might not have noticed it himself, but it didn't mean that others didn't. As a murderer, you didn't feel any guilt or self-reproach in front of the deceased. How could you be unhappy because you weren't the first person she looked at? It's not like I love you so much that I'm still thinking about you even after you've been dead for so many years. Even if it's true love, only an idiot would put you first after you've killed him. To be honest, even if I put you first, it should be because of hatred. I'm already giving you a lot of face by not pouncing on you and snapping your neck the moment I appeared. The imperial noble consort turned her face and looked at Lu Qingdi quietly. Lu Qingdi, who had raised his hand to touch her, froze under her gaze. He became more and more uncomfortable, and the excitement in his eyes was colored with a different color. Yes, yes, yes. His lips moved, and his hands trembled again. The imperial noble consort squatted, "Your Majesty." She was graceful, and her movements were still textbook standard. Lu Qingdi subconsciously reached out to help her, but he missed. His hand passed through the imperial noble consort's arm. Lu Qingdi was stunned, and there was a moment of blankness on his face. He looked at the imperial noble consort as if he hadn't realized what was going on. However, when Lu Qingdi reacted like this, Jingwan clearly saw that the imperial noble consort's hand that was touched shrank, and the other hand brushed it away. It could be seen that she disliked Lu Qingdi's approach even if she didn't feel it physically. If it weren't for Li Hongyuan and Jingwan, she might have made it very obvious. Jingwan's understanding of the imperial noble consort was based on what others said. She was all good, good-looking, good-tempered, well-cultivated kind. In short, she was perfect in every way. But now, it didn't seem to be the case. Speaking of which, even a clay figurine had a temper. Being good-tempered didn't mean that she didn't have a temper. The imperial noble consort was not a saint. How could she not have any negative feelings for the enemy that she robbed and killed? In the imperial noble consort's heart, it was normal that she wanted to chop Lu Qingdi into pieces. Disgust was too light. Of course, there was another possibility, which was that the imperial noble consort didn't care about life and death at all. Based on this, she didn't have any hatred for Lu Qingdi, who killed her. However, the imperial noble consort died before the child was born. So, more hatred came from this. No matter how much Lu Qingdi favored Li Hongyuan after that, he also deprived him of the most important thing. A woman could have no ambition, but she would never allow her child to be bullied. So, the imperial noble consort could maintain her current state because she was calm. It could only mean that she had reached the realm of not showing her emotions. Thinking about it, although the imperial noble consort died early, whether it was the Pei family or Lu Qingdi later, she could be said to have been well protected. However, she learned a lot of things that she should learn. And in the next 10 years, she got along with Qin Shufei. So, she must have been greatly influenced by Qin Shufei. The most powerful women in the imperial harem were 3, not 2. It would be strange if the imperial noble consort was not scheming and shrewd. Yes, yes, the imperial noble consort smiled softly. Your Majesty, I can't be here for long. Let me and Yuan talk to his wife first, then I will talk to your Majesty. Then she looked directly at Jingwan and Li Hongyuan. Obviously, she just wanted to inform Lu Qingdi, not to get his consent. Even if she annoyed Lu Qingdi, the imperial noble consort obviously wouldn't care. She was already dead, so she didn't have so many scruples. However, the imperial noble consort, who had a lot to say, didn't know what to say to her son now. Her eyes fell on Jingwan. I know that Wanwan is a good child. It's Yuan, Er's blessing to marry you. I only hope that you can go forward hand in hand and never leave each other." Then she looked at Li Hongyuan. "I didn't fulfill my duty. I'm sorry, but what's the use of saying this now? So, I only hope that you'll be well." The imperial noble consort paused and smiled. "All right, you can leave first. I'll talk to your imperial father." Li Hongyuan didn't say anything. He glanced at the imperial noble consort and said, "This son will take his leave." Then he left with Jingwan, who didn't have time to greet him. After Jingwan left, she saw Master Liaochen twirling his Buddhist prayer beads and looking up at the sky. She didn't know when this great trickster came out, but the family was reunited, so he really had nothing to do with it. But Jingwan didn't have the desire to speak at this moment. She glanced at the room from time to time. This place was very quiet at this moment. Even the palace guards and Lu Qingdi's eunuchs were relatively far away. Li Hongyuan reached out and put his palm on Jingwan's face. He used a little force to make her look at him. "Are you that curious?" Jingwan smiled embarrassedly. "I really want to know what they're talking about." All right, they were husband and wife. Even if they were enemies, Lu Qingdi didn't think so. What else could they be talking about? They're just pouring out their hearts and promising to be together in the next life. That's all. At first, Jingwan wanted to refute, but after he finished speaking, Jingwan understood what he meant. For the imperial noble consort, it was fake to confess her feelings. It was real to make Lu Qingdi feel guilty and painful. But the real purpose was to gain more weight for her son. At this time, it was the stupidest thing to do to make a scene with Lu Qingdi and pursue Lu Qingdi's mistakes. https://11/11/145505059. Chapter 537. It had to be said that Li Hongyuan's understanding of his own mother was very limited. However, this limited understanding was enough to capture the essence of the imperial noble consort. Or rather, it was the essence that many mothers shared. "Master, how long will mother last?" 15 minutes at most, Master Liaochen answered honestly. Jingwan nodded. She didn't care much about this point. The imperial noble consort had passed away. Under these circumstances, it was already a blessing to be able to see her. She was probably the only person in the world who was so lucky. Then, based on the imperial noble consort's current situation, how long will she last? The 81 altars had cost a lot of manpower and money. There were also many twists and turns in the process. Wasn't it all to prevent the imperial noble consort from disappearing so early? Master Liaochen didn't think much of Jingwan's understanding of this matter. He was very calm. Originally, if nothing unexpected happened, the imperial noble consort would have disappeared when His Highness passed away. However, it didn't go so smoothly. Therefore, the imperial noble consort's time will be reduced. The exact time is uncertain, but a few years is enough. Jingwan didn't know what to say. After all, only the person involved had the most right to speak in this matter. Emotionally, Jingwan felt sorry for the imperial noble consort. However, there was nothing more. Li Hongyuan himself didn't do everything based on feelings. It was an exchange. They did a lot of things, but in reality, it didn't take much effort. Thus, whether the imperial noble consort existed or not, and how long she wanted to live, was the most important thing. Li Hongyuan reached out and held Jingwan's hand. "We've done what we should." "Amit Ba," Master Liaochen said. Jingwan felt that there was a deeper meaning to this Amit Ba. It also felt like it was purely a catchphrase. As for the imperial noble consort, just as Li Hongyuan said, when she deliberately catered to Lu Qingdi was easily controlled by her. Of course, her previous attitude was there. Even if the imperial noble consort wanted to do something, she would not go too far. Anyway, she was a soul now. Lu Qingdi could not touch her at all. At most, he would say a few soft words. The imperial noble consort sensed that it was about time for her to appear. "Your Majesty, it's about time for Qinxie to appear. May your Majesty take care of your dragon body." That's enough. Kinjin see you again? Lu Qingdi wanted to touch the imperial noble consort again and again, but he failed again and again. However, Lu Qingdi was unwilling to give up. The person he had been thinking about day and night was right in front of him. She was no different from a living person. She was the same as the one in his memory. But why couldn't he touch her? This was why people were so greedy. When he didn't know that she was still alive, he pretended to be a lover in front of a few tattered portraits. When he knew that she was still alive, he wanted to see her so that he could die in peace. But when he saw her, he wanted to touch her and make her stay. In short, he couldn't wait to erase all the unhappiness in the past and reconcile with her. The imperial noble consort shook her head. Qinxie has no more regrets to be able to see His Majesty and Yuan Er. Qinxie is already luckier than many people. Qinxie cannot hope for the next time. If there is an afterlife, it must be a life and death enemy, the kind that would never let go. The imperial noble consort didn't finish her words, but the expression on her face was completely different. There was a bit of sorrow and reluctance. She had a good sense of propriety. Lu Qingdi naturally imagined a lot of things. He couldn't wait to go to the netherworld with the imperial noble consort and be reincarnated together. In the next life, they would be childhood sweethearts and innocent lovers. Then they would naturally get married. The more he thought about it, the more excited he couldn't help trembling. It seemed that he even forgot his current identity. That's enough. If there is an afterlife, Your Majesty shouldn't grow up in the imperial family. Lu Qingdi's original strange excitement stagnated at this time. The imperial noble consort smiled, but it was a little bleak. Your Majesty, people's hearts are made of flesh. Your Majesty once treated this concubine very well. This concubine has seen it all and will remember it in my heart. It's just that people are always greedy. She paused. To have a pair for a lifetime, it's really too greedy. Your Majesty, Yuan Er's relationship with his wife is good now. I don't know how far Yuan Er can go, but I still hope that someone can get what I can't get. At least, let me believe that some things in this world are still possible. I don't care what will happen to Yuan Er in the future. I just hope that Your Majesty won't interfere in the matter between them. I'll take my leave. After the imperial noble consort finished speaking, her figure faded quickly and disappeared without a trace. That's enough. Lu Qingdi subconsciously reached out to grab her. Wait for me. I promise you anything. The imperial noble consort stopped in her ears and didn't say anything. Because others couldn't see, her expression became silent. She stood in front of Lu Qingdi. She knew very well that this man was just impulsive. The imperial noble consort didn't believe what he said at all. The imperial noble consort wasn't a person who thought highly of herself. However, she was actually very disdainful of Lu Qingdi. It should be said that she looked down on men like Lu Qingdi. There was an invisible force on her body. The imperial noble consort knew that it came from Qin Shufei. In the past, when she could still leave her body, this kind of force existed. The imperial noble consort didn't reject this kind of control by others situation. She turned and left directly. As for the promise to Lu Qingdi, even if it was a lie, the imperial noble consort felt at ease. She wasn't worried that her words would come true at all because she knew that she wouldn't be reincarnated. Although Li Honyuan didn't mention this problem at the beginning and Qin Shufei didn't know, the imperial noble consort always had a strong intuition about herself. Perhaps because they heard Lu Qingdi's suddenly raised voice, Jingwan and Li Honyuan looked at each other and walked into the room hand in hand. However, before they reached the door, Li Honyuan stopped in his tracks. Even Jingwan stopped in her tracks. She's gone. Jingwan also guessed that the imperial noble consort might have left. However, her husband's reaction seemed a little different. Just now, we should have passed through her body. Jingwan paused. Although she didn't feel anything, she still felt a little goosebumps when she thought of passing through a ghost body. Li Honyuan pulled Jingwan and turned around. It looked like he was preparing to leave the palace. He didn't appear for his so-called imperial father. Now that he couldn't see the real person, what was the point of staying? As for asking Lu Qingdi to leave, it was no joke. His good imperial father was still reminiscing about his mother. He was a considerate and filial son. When he shouldn't disturb him, he would be 100% considerate. When Lu Qingdi came out in a daze, he seemed to wake up a little when he saw Master Liaochen. However, other than Master Liaochen, there was no one else. Even so, Lu Qingdi didn't dare to put on the airs of an emperor in front of Master Liaochen. First, Master Liaochen was unpredictable. Second, he needed his help. Master, Lu Qingdi called out hesitantly. Master Liaochen turned around and gave a Buddhist bow. Umipa, Your Majesty, it's better to be open-minded about some things. Lu Qingdi's lips trembled. According to Master Liaochen, we really can't interfere anymore? Your Majesty, there are some things that can't be done the first time. Master Liaochen's words were very direct. Lu Qingdi instantly became dispirited. Master Liaochen didn't plan to stay any longer. He bid farewell to Lu Qingdi and prepared to leave the palace tomorrow to return to White Dragon Temple. Many people didn't sleep well that night. Many people knew about the imperial noble consort when she was still alive. They tried to stop her during the ritual, but they didn't succeed. Those who should know also knew about what happened tonight. A person that they couldn't see had a lot of information that could be used against them. Not only that, she also won Lu Qingdi's heart. Even if she didn't have any information, she could make up something that could be used against them. It was enough to make them suffer. However, even if they knew, they couldn't stop her. They could only wait impatiently. They all stared at the sky until dawn. Their eyes were bloodshot from excessive heat. There was supposed to be morning court today, but it was canceled because the emperor wasn't feeling well. https://11/11/147/145777135. Mobile edition. Chapter 538. This seemed to be expected. None of the courtiers had any objection. They all left and went to their own offices to deal with today's official affairs. Similarly, no one asked to see Lu Qingdi. As courtiers, they should be sensible when they should be. If they went up at this time, it would be annoying instead of flattering him. However, even though they were working in their own places, their hearts were not at peace. Lu Qingdi did not attend court 3 times in a row. In total, it had been more than 10 days. The courtiers did not see him. Even if it was to cherish the memory of his beloved, it was too long. The courtiers would not allow it. Therefore, they jointly asked to see Lu Qingdi. Fortunately, Lu Qingdi seemed to have come out at this time, so they did not worry much. However, this did not mean that they could sit back and relax. They were all waiting for Lu Qingdi's action. In other words, they were waiting for the thing hanging above their heads to fall down. They wanted to see whether it was a lethal weapon or something that they did not need to care about at all. Lu Qingdi did take action, but he only gave Prince Jean a lot of rewards and did not show any other expression. Many people heaved a sigh of relief. Obviously, these people had done something shameful. However, even if they were relieved, it did not mean that they were completely relieved. After all, no one knew whether Lu Qingdi would hold back and make a move in the dark. After all, the power of the imperial court was divided by several princes. No matter who was attacked, the whole situation would be affected. Even if it was Prince Rue, who still looked like a cripple, who could guarantee that he was really harmless? It was just because Lu Qingdi had solid evidence. No matter what these people thought, it would not affect Jingwan and Li Hanyuan. After all, the appearance of the imperial noble consort was like a protective talisman for them. Although it seemed that it was just icing on the cake, it could also save them a lot of small troubles. If small troubles kept coming, it would make people very angry. In fact, all parties knew what position Prince Jean was in now. Therefore, no one would foolishly look for trouble at this time. Otherwise, it would definitely cause the emperor to be furious. Even if the officials in the court took sides, who would be able to oppose Lu Qingdi directly? No matter how mediocre he was, he still held great power. As the saying goes, when the emperor is angry, millions of corpses will fall. In this way, it gave Jingwan a peaceful environment to nurture the fetus. Jingwan suspected that her husband had delayed the emperor's meeting with the imperial Gui Fei for this purpose. Did that mean that he already had a plan to get pregnant? Then, her husband's feelings for that child seemed to be more complicated than she had expected. At this time, Jingwan got the news that Duchess Ding was gone. Jingwan was immediately startled. Her heart was a little complicated. To be honest, Duchess Ding was not a likable person, but she was Sun Yijia's mother. Even if Sun Yijia had a bad relationship with her, it was mainly later. Sun Yijia must have feelings for her. Moreover, it was because of Sun Yilin that she fell ill. She couldn't deny her love for Sun Yilin. However, this kind of love was obviously too much. The strong desire for control made the relationship between mother and son worse and worse, to the point that there was no room for recovery. In the end, she was Duchess Ding, so the prince's residents should go and offer their condolences. On one hand, Jingwan was worried about Sun Yijia. On the other hand, she couldn't help but think of Sun Yilin. He was also a righteous and upright person. The last time she saw him, he was still on the road to Jiangnan. After being an official for a few years, he must have changed. She just didn't know if the change was big. There was a trace of curiosity in her heart, but she quickly threw it to the back of her mind. How he was had nothing to do with her. In addition, there was a super vinegar jar, so even if it was purely out of curiosity, it was better not to ask. Jingwan first sent someone to see Sun Yijia. She learned that although Sun Yijia's spirit was not very good, it was not too bad. After all, she was a pregnant woman. The people around her would definitely try their best to comfort her. This was not a burial in a day or two. Moreover, even if they came to offer their condolences, it would be done in batches. Jingwan and Li Hongyuan's time was neither the first nor the last. In fact, they just went through the motions and offered an incense stick. Given Jingwan's current situation, Li Hongyuan naturally did not allow her to stay in Duke Ding's mansion for long. However, coincidentally, when they left Duke Ding's mansion, they happened to meet Sun Yijia, who came back in a hurry. When they met head-on, the atmosphere was a little tense. The living hell could hardly control his emotions. He looked at Sun Yilin as if there were knives in his eyes. Jingwan just glanced at Sun Yilin. To be honest, if she hadn't heard the words of the servants of Duke Ding's mansion, she wouldn't have recognized him at all. Sun Yilin's face was obviously wrapped in layers of white cloth. It was obvious that he was injured. Moreover, his whole spirit was different. His gentle aura was gone, and he seemed colder, even with a trace of gloominess. Even his figure had changed a little. Of course, this was not surprising. After all, he was only 20 years old. It was normal for some changes to be made in 2 or 3 years. Jingwan was a little shocked. She didn't know what had happened to him, but her attention was first on the man beside her. She was afraid that he would make trouble if he didn't agree with her. https://11/11/11807/146072221 HTML. Chapter 539. Sun Yilin probably didn't expect to see Jingwan so unexpectedly. He was travel-worn and in such a sorry state. Jingwan could choose to be wary of her husband and treat him as a passerby, but he obviously couldn't face Jingwan calmly. It could only be said that from the beginning, Jingwan had become a cinnabar in his heart. Even if he cut it out, it would leave a scar that wouldn't disappear for the rest of his life. Moreover, for him, it was impossible to cut it out. At least, he hadn't succeeded for a few years, and it became more and more deep-rooted. It could be said that Sun Yilin's current situation was the result of Li Hongyuan's calculation. But don't forget that at the beginning, Li Hongyuan thought highly of him and was ready to put him in an important position like in the previous life. He even solved the regret in his heart to protect his beloved sister. Now Sun Yilin's life was happy. Her husband's family elders treated her well. Her husband's career, fame, and wealth, but she was the only one. Many people were envious and jealous. It was just that Sun Yilin fell in love with Jingwan first. Li Hongyuan was just pushing the boat with the current. To be honest, even if Li Hongyuan didn't exist, there might not be a good result if he and Jingwan got together. He had such a mother who deliberately made things difficult for him. Then, the possibility of Sun Yilin not being schemed against was zero. Jingwan was soft on the outside, but tough on the inside. Once Sun Yilin had another woman, it would definitely be over between the two of them. In the end, Sun Yilin was still under too many shackles. Even if he was the #1 young master in the capital, he was still in the palm of someone else's hand. This point had nothing to do with age. If it were now, perhaps it would be different. After all, he could barely control his own life now. However, this assumption obviously didn't exist. Jingwan was not dead set on him, nor was she unable to get married. Without that living king of hell who tried to change many things, it would be someone else. Before falling in love with Li Hanyuan, Jingwan was always rational. She knew that it was inevitable that she would get married when she reached the age. Li Hanyuan saw through this very clearly, so he could easily get rid of Sun Yilin, who was originally a rather threatening love rival. Actually, he had spent quite a bit of effort on Chun Jungmin. Although Sun Yilin had changed a lot, but the upbringing in his bones still existed. Moreover, as someone who had mingled in the officialdom for a few years and was still alone in a foreign land, some things should be obliterated, some things should be infected. To be able to maintain one's original heart, it could be said that there were not many that could be found. From Sun Yilin's changes, it could be seen that at least he was not in this category. Therefore, no matter how impatient he was when he met Jin Qinhuang, it was very wrong to just stand there and stare blankly. Sun Yilin reached out to cover his face. There was no emotion in his eyes. It was full of indifference. It was just that his whole person seemed to be fixed and somewhat stiff. The people who were looking at him were not in the minority. To be honest, if it wasn't for the manservant who was following him and the feeling of familiarity, these people really didn't dare to believe that this was the same person. In the past, when the servants, talked about this person with their heads held high and their chests puffed out, the difference was really too big. In the end, what happened? This change was no longer surprising, but it was unbelievable. Darren, Sun Yilin's manservant cautiously called out. Sun Yilin returned to his senses and put down his hand. Turning a blind eye to the people around him, he walked straight into the Fu. The deeper he went, the more people he met. And those people, whether it was servants, guests, or even the masters of Duke Ding's Fu, their first reaction was, "Who was this person, ah?" However, because he had entered the gates of Duke Ding's Fu, he should be a guest. At first, he just asked about the location of the morning hall. This was a place where he had lived for more than 10 years, so naturally, he didn't need anyone to lead the way. There were not many people in the morning hall, but there were also quite a few people. Sun Yijia and Luo Jingbo were both there. Soon, people noticed Sun Yilin one after another. As for his manservant, obviously, this was not a place where he could come in. Therefore, no one recognized him at first. No, it should be that they even guessed who he was. Sun Yilin stared fixedly at the morning hall. Now, he could only see a coffin. If Sun Yilin wanted to see it again, he could only wait until the burial. His expression was still visible on his face, or rather, his emotions. His whole person was stiff and numb. At this moment, Sun Yilin thought a lot, but it seemed that he wasn't thinking about anything at all. It seemed that he was deeply guilty and blamed himself for his mother's death. After all, when Duchess Ding fell ill, he did play a big part in it. However, it seemed that it had nothing to do with him at all. He stood on the sidelines and watched indifferently. Sun Yilin was really strange now. As the master of Duke Ding's Fu, especially Sun Yilin's brother, he couldn't let this situation continue. Just as he was about to step forward, Sun Yijia moved first. She hurriedly stepped forward, but stopped when she was 3 steps away. She cautiously and timidly said, "Fifth brother?" Sun Yilin finally reacted. He looked at Sun Yijia. Perhaps it was because she was his most beloved sister, but he forced a smile. It seemed that he hadn't smiled for so long that he didn't know how to smile. Little sister. After confirming his identity, Sun Yijia's tears immediately rolled down. Her eyes were also full of disbelief. "Fifth brother, what happened to you? How did you become like this?" "Don't worry. I'm fine. It's just an accident. Sun Yilin tried to say it as casually as possible. How could he be fine? He looked terrible at first glance. Sun Yijia stepped forward and reached out her trembling hand. Sun Yilin avoided it and glanced at her belly. You're pregnant now. I didn't wash up. I'm not clean. https:///11/11807/146262257. Chapter 540. After burning the incense, Sun Yilin seemed to have become a wooden stake again, looking at the spark at the top of the incense. And this time was enough for the people around to come back to their senses. It was really hard to describe their feelings. Some were sympathetic, some were sad, some were indifferent, and some were gloating. Sun Yibin, who had been the fiercest with Sun Yilin, obviously belonged to the last situation. In his eyes, Sun Yilin occupied his mother's attention when he was born, and as he slowly grew up, his younger brother's infinite talent made all the brothers in Ding General Manor pale in comparison. When it came to Ding General Manor, it seemed that only Sun Yilin was mentioned. If it was just this, it would have been fine. He was the eldest legitimate son and should be the legitimate heir, but the emperor, who was indifferent to the whole Sun family, also liked this younger brother very much. For him, the emperor suppressed him and did not confer the title of heir. How could he not be jealous? How could he not hate him? When his younger brother was only a few years old, he almost killed him. Sun Yibin did not regret it at all. Anyway, even if he really died, even if they knew it was him who did it, his parents would cover it up for him. After all, Ding General Manor was the head of the nobility. Face was very important. Unfortunately, why didn't he die? Since then, his mother had protected his younger brother so tightly that he had no chance to kill him. He had always been a thorn in his side, but he could do nothing to him. His grandmother had adopted him. To some extent, it could be said that he was no longer a threat to him. But in his heart, he was not very happy because his grandmother's essential purpose was still Sun Yilin. His grandmother regarded them as a burden to her younger brother. The whole Ding General Manor was not a symbol of high status and wealth, but a pile of filth. How could he not be angry? However, this younger brother was far away in Jiangnan. Ding General Manor was high and powerful, but he didn't even have the status of a legitimate heir. How could he mobilize people to make trouble for Sun Yilin? It was really beyond his reach. Now, he was back, and came back in such a ghastly appearance. Ha! Fifth brother, you still know to come back? I sent you a letter so early, but you just came back to the capital now? Mother valued and loved you the most. Not only did she fall ill because of your marriage, but she also insisted on leaving the capital. It was fine if she couldn't come back after leaving the capital, but she didn't even send a letter. You don't know how sad she was. Before she died, all she wanted to do was to see you one last time, but in the end, she died with everlasting regret. Sun Yilin, did you know that Mother refused to close her eyes when she entered the coffin? The more Sun Yibin spoke, the angrier he became. The veins on his neck and the back of his hands were bulging, as if he was trying his best to suppress his anger. He glared at Sun Yilin, his eyes full of grief, as if he wanted to eat him alive. These words were not only to accuse Sun Yilin of being unfilial, but also to attribute the death of Duchess Ding's wife to Sun Yilin. The people present were not only from Ding General Manor. If these words were true, Sun Yilin would be drowned by their saliva. Everyone would only blame him and would never ask the reason. Besides, the marriage was originally arranged by the parents. Because of this, it was wrong for the children to be angry with their parents. And this was the worst part. What Sun Yibin said was not entirely false. Even though it was not entirely true, truth and falsehood were the most terrible thing. He was ruthless, but he also had a fatal weakness that he could use against Sun Yibin. Sun Yijia was unable to restrain her anger. This eldest brother always had such a disgusting face. Eldest brother, why are you slandering fifth brother like this? What are your intentions? I slandered him? There are quite a few people who know about this. Mother tried her best to suppress this matter because she was protecting him in every way possible. She was afraid that it would damage his reputation. In the end, he is just an ingrate, a heartless and ungrateful thing. You, little sister, Sun Yilin finally reacted. It's not good for people with two bodies to be angry. In Duke Dingwa's mansion, we're only guests with three bodies. Your situation is special now, so you should go back. Otherwise, there are too many people coming and going. It won't be good if you offend them. Fifth brother. Sun Yijia looked at him in a daze. It was not for anything else, but was this really something her fifth brother would say? Before certain things, her fifth brother could be said to be obedient to her biological mother. What fifth brother? In our branch, there are only two of us. That's right, the brother and sister were adopted and given to their granduncle who died young. In theory, Sun Yilin's words were not wrong, but it could not be said like that. They were born and raised in Duke Dingwa's mansion. It was absolutely impossible to completely ignore Duke Dingwa's mansion, especially Sun Yilin. If he did not have the education of Duke Dingwa's mansion, how could he become the first young master in the capital? Sun Yilin had already slandered him. Once these words came out, he would be stabbed in the back. Didn't he see that Sun Yilin was trembling with excitement at this moment? Of course, Sun Yilin would only admit that he was trembling with anger. How could Sun Yilin not see the stakes in this? Of course not. To him, it was just that he didn't care at all. He had no future to speak of. In fact, he had no interest in being an official. The only thing he cared about now was his sister and grandmother. At a glance, he could tell that his sister was living well in the Luo family. As for his grandmother, no matter what, she was the old lord of Duke Dingwa's mansion. He didn't need to worry about her. He was alone in the world. What else did he care about his reputation? All right, let's go back. I'm going to pay my respects to grandmother, aunt, and then I'll look for you. I'm afraid I'll have to rely on you to help me while I'm in the capital. Sun Yilin patted Sun Yijia's shoulder and left the morning hall. https:///11/11807/1464791 Biku Pavilion M. Chapter 541. Luo Jingbua saw that Sun Yijia's expression was strange and hurried forward to support her. Yijia, what's wrong? Sun Yijia had a faint abdominal pain. She knew that she was too emotional and affected the child. She hurriedly tried to calm down and exhaled twice. I'm not feeling well. Let's go back. Okay. Luo Jingbua hurriedly nodded and carefully wiped away the tears on her face. Regardless of whether Sun Yijia was really feeling unwell or not, she was not only adopted but also a married daughter. She did not even need to observe mourning, let alone watch the coffin. At this moment, whether it was the Sun family or outsiders, they all remained silent. In fact, with Sun Yilin's explosive words blocking them, Sun Yijia could not even make a splash. Moreover, Sun Yijia was carrying the great-grandson of the Minister of Official Personnel Affairs. The Minister of Official Personnel Affairs was in a good position now. Although Ding General Manor had fallen because of Prince Rui and Prince Kong had taken the lead and seemed to be standing at the peak of power again, they still did not dare to confront the Minister of Official Personnel Affairs directly. If possible, they still wanted to rope him in. The relationship between the two families was not good. If something happened to Sun Yijia and Ding General Manor, the Minister of Official Personnel Affairs would not just simply laugh at it. The couple left with their servants, and the news about Sun Yilin spread quickly. Obviously, the higher Sun Yilin once stood, the worse he would be trampled on in the future. Compared to providing help in a time of need, there were more people who would hit him when he was down, especially many ignorant people who followed the crowd. Their greatest joy was to gossip about all kinds of things. Through subjective processing and speculation, they never considered the harm it would cause to the person involved. Sun Yilin went to see old Madam Sunday. The grandfather and grandson talked alone. It was not a long time, about a quarter of an hour. No one knew what they talked about, but after Sun Yilin came out, he finally seemed to have the aura of a human compared to the previous zombie-like appearance. The servants who served old Madam Sun had been serving her for a long time. Although old Madame Sun did not show her emotions, it did not mean that they could not sense it at all. Therefore, although old Madame Sun looked no different from usual, in fact, she was not in a good mood. It could even be said that she was in a very bad mood. This situation was not difficult to understand. One could tell just by looking at Sun Yilin's miserable appearance. Sun Yilin and Sun Yijia were old Madame Sun's two most beloved grandchildren. One must know that she was indifferent to her great-grandchildren. Sun Yilin had become like this. How could she not feel distressed? Several of the people who served her were also old. They had watched Sun Yilin grow up. Sometimes, they even boldly treated Sun Yilin as their junior. They were incomparably sad when they saw Sun Yilin, so one could imagine how old Madame Sun felt. They were very careful when they entered and exited. A few mothers wanted to persuade her, but they were actually the next generation of old Madame Sun's maidservants. When they served old Madame Sun had already experienced many ups and downs. She was calm and introverted. If there was anything, she would not tell them. Old Madame Sun had long been cold-hearted in Duke Dingwa's mansion. Therefore, even though these people had served her for 20 to 30 years, they were not close to her, let alone talk to her like sisters. Instead of comforting her, old Madame Sun probably hoped that no one would disturb her. What she needed was silence. This was indeed the case. If there was anyone who did not know what was good for them and came to her door at this moment, especially those who had certain thoughts and wanted to badmouth Sun Yilin in front of old Madame Sun, they would definitely be asking for trouble. Since Sun Yilin and Sun Yijia were adopted, Sun Yilin was naturally no longer so well off in terms of money. Of course, after going to Jiangnan, Sun Yilin deliberately reduced his food and clothing expenses. Facts proved that he could still live without the luxury of Duke Dingwa's mansion. Therefore, he could still live without the money of Duke Dingwa's mansion. When old Madame Sun adopted the brother and sister, she would not ignore the problem of settling down and settling down. Previously, Duke Dingwa's younger brother died young. He had no descendants, so naturally, there was no need to divide the family property. Now that there was someone in this branch, it was natural to divide the family property. Sun Yijia's dowry belonged to this family property. Therefore, old Madame Sun had clearly said that if anyone dared to cause trouble in the Luo family because of this, she would open the ancestral hall and expel them from the family. Suddenly, some people's crooked thoughts were scattered. When Sun Yijia got married, she was the only legitimate daughter of Duke Dingwa's mansion. Moreover, her dowry was arranged according to the specifications of princess. Although she later married Luo Jingbua and it was reduced a little, it was still very rich. It could make many people jealous and evil. She was not a noble daughter of Duke Dingwa's mansion, so naturally, she should take it back. Unfortunately, old Madame Sun saw through these little tricks at a glance and killed them directly from a source. In addition, she prepared a share for Sun Yilin. In fact, it was not much. It was far less than what would be given to a son of a concubine in Duke Dingwa's mansion in the future. Of course, the premise was that Duke Dingwa's mansion had not declined. Moreover, this family property was far less than the total value of Sun Yijia's dowry. However, in old Madame Sun's opinion, Sun Yijia would not care about this. He was capable and capable. As long as he stood out, these worldly possessions were nothing. Old Madame Sun adopted Sun Yilin so simply because she wanted to protect Sun Yilin. After all, the current situation was there. She was not optimistic about Duke Dingwa's mansion. Once the fight for the throne failed, Duke Dingwa's mansion would definitely be thrown into the abyss. Sun Yilin distanced himself from Duke Dingwa's mansion. While protecting him to the greatest extent, it could also be considered as leaving a way out for Duke Dingwa's mansion. However, old Madame Sun, who was waiting for Sun Yilin's meteoric rise, probably did not expect that Sun Yilin would become like this today. In old Madame Sun's opinion, his face was still a small matter. The most important thing was his mental state. The extent of old Madame Sun's heartache was absolutely unimaginable to outsiders. It was just that Sun Yilin said, "Grandmother, I can't go back." Old Madame Sun did not say anything. She just closed her eyes in pain. Go. Don't come back in the future. Her tone was not heavy, but Sun Yilin could feel his grandmother's deep disappointment in him. Sun Yilin kowtowed to old Madame Sunday. His departing figure was also exceptionally resolute. Old Madame Sun did not mention the inheritance that old Madame Sun prepared for him. Even if she did, Sun Yilin would not want it. Sun Yilin did as he said and went to find Sun Yijia. Sun Yilin did not feel embarrassed about going to his younger sister and brother-in-law to take the autumn wind. Even if he was in such dire straits, in fact, he still had his own pride in his bones. He did not mind going to find Sun Yijia because she was his younger sister, the person closest to him. Therefore, he could be calm about many things. Sun Yijia controlled her emotions and also let the residence doctor take her pulse. Fortunately, there were no effects. However, she did not forget Sun Yilin's words. She reported this matter to old Madame Luo. Without Sun Yijia saying anything, old Madame Luo ordered people to clean up the guest room in the outer courtyard. As for whether Sun Yilin's reputation would be ruined in the future and whether it would affect the Luo family, old Madame Luo obviously did not care at all. This was because she had a balance in her heart. There were some things that she knew very well. Sun Yijia was very grateful to her grandmother for being so understanding and understanding. However, Sun Yijia still did not know her brother's specific plans. She also did not know the extent of the injuries on his face and whether it would affect his official career. For a moment, she was really troubled. However, she could only force herself to not think too much. She cannot afford to worry now. Sun Yilin arrived at the Luo family's residence and washed up properly. He looked a little more spirited. He did not refuse the physician to take a look at the injuries on his face. In fact, he would not have known if he did not see it. He was shocked when he saw it. After removing the white cloth, the injuries looked pockmarked. Some areas seemed to have started to grow tender flesh, while some areas had some pus. It was painful to look at. However, Sun Yilin was expressionless. It was as if he did not feel pain at all. The residence doctor carefully treated him with the best medicine, the medicine that Jingwan usually sent over. Young master, I'm afraid this is not the only injury on your body. Just now, the residence doctor carefully looked at the shape of Sun Yilin's injuries. This injury does not look light. Young master, you should not hide it for fear of treatment. If you are worried about our third young mistress, you can rest assured that I will cover up for you in front of third young mistress. Sun Yilin was silent for a moment. Finally, he took off his clothes. Thank you. As for the wounds on Sun Yilin's body, he did not even bandage them. Perhaps he opened them when he was bathing, and it was not convenient for him to bandage them himself. However, it was obvious at a glance that although Sun Yilin had some scruples, he was not very careful. Some places were obviously wet. As a physician, he could not bear to see people like Sun Yilin who did not take care of his own body. Jingwan was more familiar with the Luo family's residence doctor. He was a conscientious old physician who did not speak much. At this moment, he was treating Sun Yilin's injuries while nagging. Sun Yilin was expressionless. He felt a little touched when he heard a stranger's concern, but more than that, he felt that it was ironic. After everything was treated, Sun Yilin looked more and more like the former first young master of the capital city. Especially in front of Sun Yijia, his expression softened. The residence doctor reduced Sun Yilin's injuries to 30%. When Sun Yijia heard this, she heaved a sigh of relief. Brother, how did you get this injury? This was what Sun Yijia was most concerned about. It was a fire. Sun Yilin only gave 2 words. He did not say anything else. Although Sun Yijia knew her brother's temperament, if there was something he did not want to say, he would definitely not say it. His attitude now clearly showed this. Brother, what are your plans in the future? Are you going back to Jiangnan or staying in the capital city? From Sun Yijia's point of view, even if her brother was disabled, he would not lose his position as an official. The problem was whether he could become an official close to the emperor. Little sister, I don't plan to continue being an official, Sun Yilin said very frankly. Sun Yijia's eyes widened and her lips trembled. She had always known her brother's ambition. Now, he said that he did not want to be an official. Was it as simple as the physical pain caused by the fire? Chapter 542. When Sun Yilin saw Sun Ija's expression, he reached out and stroked her hair, just like when they were young. Even though it was a little overboard for him to do so at their age, even though they were biological siblings. However, neither they nor the people around them felt that it was inappropriate. It was just that the atmosphere now was inexplicably stifling. However, such a warm gesture did not seem to ease the tension. "Little sister, I think I'm fine. Don't worry about me." However, how could she not worry about such things just because she said so? Sun Yilin looked at Sun Ijia. Even though he knew what she was thinking, he did not really care because she was living a good life now. Ever since she got married, her focus had already been reorganized. The people who made her sacrifice everything did not let her down. Therefore, she was worried about herself now. Even if she died, she believed that she would recover after a period of time. Of course, with her current situation, Sun Yilin would not deliberately do anything to provoke her. "Brother-in-law, I'll leave little sister in your care. I'm going out for a walk. After all, I've left the capital for 2 to 3 years." "Brother-in-law, don't worry. I'll take good care of Ijia. But do you want me to send 2 people to go with you?" Sun Yilin looked fine now, but Luo Jingbua felt that it was not good to let him go out alone. "No need. After all, I've lived here for more than 10 years. I'm a man. I don't need anyone to follow me." Sun Yilin waved his hand, then called for his servant and left the Luo residence. Sun Ijia and Luo Jingbua looked at each other. With the tacit understanding between husband and wife, they seemed to be even more worried when they saw the worry in each other's eyes. Speaking of which, Sun Yilin actually had many friends in the capital. However, they were all just acquaintances. Using the word friend to describe them seemed to be an understatement. Therefore, it was obvious that Sun Yilin's target was not them. Sun Yilin was dressed in ordinary clothes. His honor was damaged, and the place he went to was not a place where people from rich and powerful families would easily set foot in. In this way, even if some things were to spread, people who did not know him would not know who the main character was even if they stood in front of him and listened to the lively gossip. In fact, the speed at which things spread would not be so fast. Sun Yilin went to the most ordinary tea house. He casually ordered a pot of tea and poured it into a cup. Sun Yilin seemed to not care at all. However, his servant's younger sister felt distressed at this time. He had been following Sun Yilin for almost 10 years. In his eyes, his young master was born with a golden spoon in his mouth. In the past, his young master used the best things to eat and wear. He was especially particular about drinking a cup of tea. For this kind of tea, he just threw a handful of tea leaves into the pot and mixed it with boiling water. He would not even look at it. Even the lowest servant in Duke Ding's residence would dislike it. But now, his young master drank it without batting an eyelid. There were also a few broken tables. There were no elegant decorations. This was a place where people from all walks of life could set foot in. In the past, his young master would hesitate to approach it unintentionally. But now, since 2 years ago, this kind of place was the place that his young master most often went to when he had nothing to do. His young master was clearly a person who should live on the moon and be like a celestial being. Sun Yilin inadvertently glanced at the servant's expression. It was just like the expression on his face. He knew what he was thinking. Sun Yilin picked up a salt-baked bean and flicked it on his face. "What are you staring at? Sit down." The manservant had a miserable look on his face as he slowly sat down. It was as if there were nails under his buttocks, and he couldn't sit still. He had no choice. He was a servant. How could he sit with his young master? If he was still in Duke Ding's residence, he would have been beaten to death. However, he also knew that in such a place, if there was a clear distinction between master and servant, it would be really eye-catching. Others would look at his young master strangely. However, no matter how many times this kind of thing happened, he still couldn't get used to it. Sun Yilin was too lazy to pay attention to him, because sometimes he really needed someone to do some things, and this servant had always been loyal to him. Because even if he was a bit wooden, he would always keep him. Although there were no secrets in this kind of place, it was a good place to inquire about some gossip. Although it was true and false, Sun Yilin had already practiced the skill of removing the false and pure. He would always get some useful information. The situation in the capital and the struggle between the princes were not things that he wanted to pay attention to. What he wanted was some gossip. If he was lucky, he didn't need to do anything to know. If his luck was bad, it was just a matter of spending a little money. In fact, Sun Yilin's luck today was not bad. The table on the side was gossiping about Jin Xinhuang Fu. In the past 2 to 3 years, Jin Xinhuang's presence had weakened. However, Jin Xinhuang Fei could always create a topic from time to time. Sun Yilin's elbow was propped on the table, holding a teacup with a small gap. The teacup was a finger's length away from his lips, and he didn't move for a long time. Those who didn't know would just think that he was lost in thought, thinking too seriously about something and didn't respond to the outside world. However, as his servant, he was a little frightened at this moment. He finally understood the reason why his young master came out and complained incessantly in his heart. Why was young master still thinking about Jin Xinhuang Fei? There were so many good girls in the world, just like that Min Xiaoyu and Miss Min who liked young master very much. Why was young master so stubborn? That was Xinhuang Fei, No matter how much he thought about it, it was useless, Not only would he not get what he wanted, he would also make himself miserable, just like now. He was obviously very concerned, but he couldn't even ask openly. Why bother? Why bother? Why bother? However, no matter how colorful the servant's heart was, he didn't dare to say a word. He couldn't even tactfully express it. He was sure that if he said a word, he would be chased away by young master. Sun Yilin sat there for 2 hours. In this small tea house, this was quite rare because the people who came in and out were ordinary people. How could they be so free? It would be good if they could sit there for a quarter of an hour. Those hoodlums had the time, but how could they sit there quietly for 2 to 4 hours to drink tea? The people who came in and out didn't do anything, but the shopkeeper and the waiter looked at him countless times. Although the servant didn't feel his young master's obvious emotions, he still felt that it was very scary and trembled with fear. When he first went to Jiangnan, he was very busy because he was the only one by his young master's side. It could be said that his feet didn't touch the ground. Gradually, there were fewer things for him to do. Now, he could be idle most of the time, and his young master wouldn't be angry with him. However, he wanted to say that his young master was getting more and more difficult to serve. Although he didn't want to slander his young master, this was the truth. In the past, he could still figure out his thoughts. Now, he was unfathomable and unpredictable. Sun Yilin finally paid the bill and left. He didn't go anywhere else. He went back to the Luo family, took a book, and read it quietly. Knowing that Sun Yilin was back, Sun Yijia breathed a sigh of relief. Since he couldn't find out some things from his brother, he wanted to ask his brother's servant. However, the servant was very busy. Sun Yijia also understood that his brother was determined not to let him know more things. Therefore, he could only give up. Sun Yibin was committed to discrediting Sun Yilin. It was obvious that he didn't want him to have a chance to turn things around. Therefore, he spared no effort to spread rumors. At this moment, he completely didn't care about the family's dirty linen. Originally, Sun Yilin couldn't hinder Sun Yibin at all. However, Sun Yibin was narrow-minded, jealous, and loved to hold grudges. He would only stop when Sun Yilin was trampled to death. Didn't other people know this? They knew, and the number of people was relatively small. Even old Madame Sun knew, but she didn't stop it. It wasn't because she was disappointed with Sun Yilin and allowed others to trample on him. It was because she knew that her grandson now couldn't be hurt by rumors and slanders. Reputation could no longer bind him. Therefore, she coldly looked at Sun Yibin jumping around. A brainless thing. He couldn't see that Duke Dingwa Fu was in danger. He didn't do proper things and only thought of these crooked ways. Regarding Sun Yilin's matter, the people of Jinhuang Fu had unanimously concealed it from Jingwan. In fact, Jingwan was also somewhat curious. That kind of curiosity was equivalent to facing a stranger. It was like knowing that something seemed to have happened to someone recently. Therefore, when she talked to people, she would naturally ask. That was all. However, Sun Yilin's identity was a bit special. She was afraid that a certain lunatic would find trouble with nothing to do, so she simply didn't ask anything. She didn't know, and it wouldn't affect her. She didn't know, but Li Hanyuan knew. In contrast, his expression was not very pleasant. Because Li Hanyuan was very clear, once a person didn't care about his reputation, it would be a terrible thing, especially for someone like Sun Yilin who didn't lack intelligence and wisdom. If he really wanted to do something, sometimes it was impossible to guard against it. For a person to have a big change, there must be a reason, especially this change in a short period of time. Li Hanyuan passed down the order to let people go to Jiangnan to investigate Sun Yilin's affairs in the past 2 or 3 years. It wasn't that he was making a fuss over nothing, but he knew that the other party was still thinking about his wife. He might not care about anything else, but only this matter, there was no room for discussion. He always had to be prepared. At that time, depending on the situation, if it exceeded certain limits, Li Hanyuan didn't mind secretly getting rid of Sun Yilin. It was not difficult to let a person die in an accident. After that, Sun Yilin stayed in the Luo family very obediently. He basically didn't go out. No matter how fiercely the people outside scolded him, this kind of thing could at most satisfy their mouth. Other than that, they couldn't do anything else. It wasn't until Duchess Dinggua's wife was about to be sent out of the capital and returned to the ancestral land for burial that Sun Yilin appeared. Obviously, Sun Yilin was furious and forbade him, a disloyal, unfilial, heartless, and unjust person, from holding his mother's coffin. He told him to get as far away as possible, not to tarnish the lintel of Duke Ding's mansion and damage the reputation of the Sun family. The others didn't have the same extreme reaction as Sun Yilin, but obviously, they all invisibly rejected Sun Yilin. Sun Yilin still had no emotion and just looked at Sun Yilin. Sun Yilin's scalp tingled under his gaze. How could he not be curious about the reason for Sun Yilin's change? He was gloomy and treacherous. His face was like a dead man's. No matter how good this kind of person looked, he would still make people feel that he wasn't a good person, not to mention that he was injured now. When they were face to face, Sun Yilin wasn't afraid of him at all, but now he inexplicably lacked confidence. If you're done, get out of my way. You. Sun Yilin's eyes widened. His graceful bearing was completely gone, and he looked very ugly. Sun Yilin lost his patience. He reached out to push Sun Yilin away and strode into the coffin. Then, when everyone was caught off guard, he reached out and forcefully lifted the lid of the coffin. When it fell to the ground with a bang, everyone came back to their senses. Sun Yilin, what are you doing? This time, Sun Yilin wasn't the only one who was furious. Sun Yilin turned sideways and looked at the angry crowd. His eyes finally changed and became gloomy and terrifying. Get out. The others seemed to be really frightened by him. Sun Yilin no longer cared about them. He turned around and stepped on the stool where the coffin was placed. The coffin couldn't fall to the ground before it was buried. Although it was early August, the weather was still hot. However, because ice had been used, Duchess Ding's body didn't show any signs of decay. Sun Yilin held the coffin with one hand and stared at Duchess Ding's emaciated appearance with half-closed eyes. In the end, tears welled up in his eyes and slid down his cheeks. After all, she was his biological mother. She had once given him the best of everything. Even if he had a strong desire for control, it couldn't erase her true love and devotion to him. Her initial illness was indeed related to him. Moreover, a person's death was like a lamp going out. No matter what she had done, what reason did he have to continue to blame her? Sun Yilin reached out his hand with a trembling hand and covered Duchess Ding's eyes. Mother, I'm back. It's your son's fault for not being able to see you for the last time. If there is an afterlife, whether they were mother and son again or not, Sun Yilin seemed to be unable to continue. Finally, he said, please rest in peace. His finger brushed across her eyelids, and then he took his hand away. Duchess Ding finally closed her eyes completely. Sun Yilin clasped the edge of the coffin so hard that the back of his hand turned white. It seemed that when he reached a critical point, he loosened his hand indifferently. However, it was not only his hand that loosened, but also his nerves that had been tense all the time. Even if he tried his best to control it, he couldn't resist his consciousness in the end. He fainted in a very short time. Then his body tilted and he fell off the stool. The fall was not light. There was a moment of silence. Sun Yilin's manservant was the first to react. "Your Excellency." He hurriedly rushed forward and wanted to help Sun Yilin up. However, an unconscious man didn't know how to use his strength. An ordinary person couldn't help him up easily. "Come on, someone help. Call the doctor." Sun Yilin scolded the people from Duke Ding's mansion who wanted to help. "Why are you pretending at this time? You really think—" "Enough. 2 people go and help Yilin to have a rest. Call the doctor immediately." Duke Ding, who had been watching on the sidelines, finally spoke. After all, he was a duke, so his IQ was basically normal. Sun Yilin was indignant, but he still didn't dare to disobey his father in public. Sun Yilin was taken away. The trouble he made naturally had to be dealt with as soon as possible. Most of the servants of Duke Ding's mansion had to follow Fuling to the ancestral land of the Sun family. There were only a few people left. They were either unfavored marginal figures or existences like old Madame Sun and Duke Ding. Sun Yilin didn't want to leave. However, his mother had passed away. He was the eldest son of the legal wife. Others could leave, but he was absolutely indispensable. The death of Duke Ding's wife at this time was a big blow to Duke Ding's mansion and even Prince Kang's family. This was also what Sun Yilin hated most. He couldn't return to the capital city until 27 months later. People like them didn't need to eat, live, and sleep next to their parents' graves. However, during this period, they didn't need to go through the rites of the Duke of Zhou. They couldn't have banquets, drinks, and music. In fact, all these could be tolerated. If they really couldn't bear it, it was not impossible to be careful and private. The key now was that when they returned to the capital after 27 months, it might be too late. This was also the main reason why Sun Yilin was so irritable. Of course, his most important target was Duke Ding's mansion. He couldn't stay in the capital city, and the brothers of Duke Ding's mansion, who could compete with him, couldn't stay either. In this way, the loss could only be suffered by the imperial court. However, when he became Duke Ding in the future, he could get everything back. He felt somewhat comforted. Several other people who fought fiercely with Sun Yilin probably had similar thoughts. However, in Duke Ding's heart, he probably felt a little lucky that the person who died was not his mother. Sun Yilin didn't wake up until 2 or 3 days later. When he woke up, he seemed to have returned to his previous state. Duke Ding's wife didn't need to observe mourning for her adopted son. However, he had decided not to stay in the officialdom. Now that he happened to come back, he directly resigned. It was easy to find a reason, and his rank was not high enough to alarm Lu Qingdi. The Ministry of Personnel could deal with it. However, Sun Yilin was special. He had been registered with Lu Qingdi long ago. Even the job in Jiangnan was given by Lu Qingdi. If he wanted to resign, he would naturally inform Lu Qingdi. Originally, Sun Yilin rushed back after receiving the letter from the capital city, which was against the rules. However, no one really cared about this. Therefore, Lu Qingdi was not surprised to know that Sun Yilin had come back. However, Sun Yilin's resignation was more than a surprise. Lu Qingdi went to see Sun Yilin at once. After seeing Sun Yilin, Lu Qingdi's first reaction was the same. Was this really his honorable nephew? Lu Qingdi didn't ask Sun Yilin how he became like this. "Yilin, I've always thought highly of you. Although something happened to you now, in my opinion, it doesn't have much impact. It's not as serious as your resignation. Thank you for your appreciation, Your Majesty. However, I only know outside that the past 10 years were a little narrow-minded. To tell you the truth, the injury on my body is not only on the surface, but also on my lungs. The doctor said that if I don't recuperate well, I'm likely to have a chronic illness and shorten my life. So I thought that I might as well take this opportunity to travel outside. On the one hand, recuperate, and, on the other hand, observe the people's livelihood. After a few years, if Your Majesty doesn't abandon me, I'm willing to come back and serve you." Sun Yilin slightly lowered his head and said unhurriedly, Luchingdi sighed softly. That's good. Anyway, you're still young. I'll take it as sending you to a foreign place for a few years. Thank you, Your Majesty. You don't have to thank me. When you come back, you'll have to make up for these years. Yes, Your Majesty. I won't let you down. Although Sun Yilin said so, only Sun Yilin himself knew what he was thinking in his heart. After Sun Yilin left the palace, he had nothing to do with the Qi Yuan's officialdom. Sun Yijia knew that this matter had been settled, so she didn't say anything. She always knew that her elder brother was an excellent person. Even if he didn't go into the officialdom, he could still live a good life as long as he wanted. Yes, as long as he wanted. The problem now was that she didn't know what he was thinking. Fifth brother, when are you going to leave the capital? Sun Yijia asked. After a few days of accumulation, Sun Yijia was able to calm down when facing Sun Yilin. Although Sun Yilin didn't tell her his plan, she knew that he wouldn't stay in the capital. In fact, there was no place in the capital for him to stay. The person who was worth staying in the capital was out of his reach. Therefore, if he stayed, he would only get endless pain. Therefore, Sun Yijia supported Sun Yilin's decision to leave the capital. In Sun Yijia's opinion, other than little sister Wan's matter, she could basically stand on his side for everything else. Didn't you call me big brother a few days ago? Why are you calling me that again? I'm more used to calling you fifth brother. If you don't like it, it doesn't matter. It's just a form of address. No matter what you call me, it won't change our relationship, right? Yes. You haven't told me when you're going to leave. I'll accompany you for the Mid-Autumn Festival. I'll leave after that, Sun Yilin said softly. Sun Yijia smiled and nodded vigorously. After a period of time, no one continued to add fuel to the fire in the dark about Sun Yilin. Moreover, it didn't cause any substantial harm to Sun Yilin. Therefore, gradually there was nothing new about it. In the end, the rumors died down. You're tuning into the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.